Kia ora mai tātou. Ka tīmata anō mo te wiki e toru. Nō rei he mihi kawana kia koutou. I tīnei wā e tukanata rākau ki te tangata i te rangatira shared i tīmata i tātou i runga ngā kupu te atua. Anō reira Ngāti Pārau, nau mai haru mai, e tukanata rākau. So we'd just like to ask Shared to start off our proceedings for week 3.
Ai o I runga I a rangi nui e tū ake nei whakarunga mai ti te rui humai rā. E o I runga I te wai tai wai Māori wai moana e pari nei whakapiri mai, whakatotu mai, whakarunga mai rā. E o I runga I a papatū anuku e tako tōnei nau maharu mai. A tēnei a tāne ka huakina, ka whakatākina tu waire ki runga ki tēnei whenua waire. Ka tākina te kaua, ka te kaua nui, ka te kaua roa, ka te kaua whakatiki a humana, tiki o te rangi. Kia tipu aki ko te pū, ko te wē, ko te rito, ko te pūkinga, ko te wānanga, ko te more, ko te taura, ko te tauera. Tēnā te awhinuku, te awhirangi no te pū ororo I a matua kore. I pū I aki te takutaku e nuku e rangi. Kia hua ua mai te rungo ki runga ki te tipua, ki runga ki te tāwhito, ki runga ki te kāhui o ngā ariki, kia puta tēnei kaupapa ki te whai a ki te ao mārama. Tūturu o whiti whakabaua kia tēnā.
Tēnā.
Haumi e hui e.
Ai.
A ka huki nei au ki te oroko hango a huiri. Hei pupu ki te raki I te tohu o te manu o te mauri o Whatu Māmoa. A I he taunga waiho e te rotu waiho kia Whatu Māmoa. Anō na taku kiripango. A nā wairā ki te whanga nui a orotu, ko te ipua te raia, ko te mara tāwhao, ko ana tini ki runga, ko ana tini ki raro. A kati ana maunga hāruru tūwhera tangitu, kati ana tangitu tūwhera maunga hāruru. A te tiro whakarunga hau ki tōku maunga me te pātū wata ko hikurangi me o tātara. Ka heke whakararo ki ngā wai kaukau a kui mā a koroma. Te wai o mahurangi ki taua tūtai kuri I te waka tapu o tā ki te mutu waka. Ka tai te aua ki te moana nui a kiwa, te aua whakairo whenua tainoa ki te ngutu aua ko more te kaiti aki I raro I a matarua hau e kaukau ana, a kaitoa ko pānia te tipua no te iwi punaturi. Ka huki nei au ki ngā kiuti ki ngā marae maha o te whanga. Kei reira ko tōku hapū ko Ngāti Pārau, a mātakitaki ana au I te rahi o tōki iwi o Ngāti Kahungunu, a ko tāri hā te moana nui te tangata a tihei mauri ora. A huri no I tō tātou nei whare a tāhua tēnā tātou, a kei aku rangatiro Mangaroa Marae tēnā koutou, a kai whakawā tēnā koutou, te kaunihiro o te rohe nei tēnā koutou katoa, huri noa, a tēnā koutou, a tēnā koutou I te rā, a tēnā rā tātou katoa. A kia ora e te whānau. Kia ora.
A ka tira tiru ana te rākau ki runga, ka whiua ki raro ki papa tu anuku, ka putatari tangata ki te whai ao ki te ao marama. Au e kiaik, e ke panuku, e ke tangaro, whānau haramai te toki, haumi e, hui e, tai. A ka tira, e te tamaiti, tēnā koe. Tēnā koe e mihi nei ki a tātou I tēnei ata, e hui nei anō I raro I te karanga. Ke tirohia ngā wai o ngā awa o tēnei rohe. Arā, kei te marigi mai te wai, mai a ranginui. Au ākera, he kaupapa whakahira tēnei. Whakahira mō tātou katoa, mō ngā iwi katoa o te motu. Nā reire hui nei raro I tēnei te taupokitanga o tēnei whare a tāhua, te tūro hare hau e. Koe nei ngā whakaero o oe nei rā, e iri nei i roto i tēnei whare. Nā reira, e te mihi atu ki a koe, nā ui whakatako tō te Arafat ki aia, ki te wāhi ngaro. O tira ngā mate huhu o te motu, e hinga nei tukuna atu rātau, mihia, tangihia, kia hui no rātau, ki kone i tēnei rā, tātou katoa piritahi nei. Nā reira, kānui rā ine mihi ki a tātou, engari kānui te tangi atu ki a koe, nara ki a tātou katoa. Ko tau mai anō ki tēnei hui, i tēnei wiki, huri noa, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa.
Kia ora rau, he mihi kawana no kia koutou ko tai mai nei raro te tūnei tēnei whare. Good morning, welcome everybody to week 3 of the hearings. I'd like to say this is our last week, but it's certainly not. Week 3, welcome again. I thought we'd recap because there are some people who have not been at our hearings previously. So apologies to those who've heard my introduction speech. Just to reaffirm again that we're considering proposed plan change 9 to the Hawke's Bay Regional Council Regional Resource Management Plan, in particular land and water resources in the Tūtaikuri, Ahuriri, Ngaruroro and Karamu catchments, often referred to as TANK. We've been delegated the role to make the decision, so a little bit different to some other plan changes where we will make a recommendation to the council. The council will consider it and then make its decision and adopt it. We've been given the decision-making powers. I'd like to introduce our panel. I'll get them to introduce themselves. Ro, would you like to start?
Well, my name is Ed. Hello, Kirikiri. I'm domiciled in Wellington. I'm halfway to retirement, whatever that means.
A tēnā koutou, Roger Maka. I'm from Takapau and part of Kahungunu Whanui Tunu. And yeah, I'm like Ro, but a little bit behind him.
Just to note that they're not retired this week or in the coming months. My name's Antoine Coffin. I'm from Tauranga. I'm a Hearing Commissioner and Freshwater Commissioner. Been involved with Māori resource management for about 25 years, so I'd like to consider myself an anthropologist who's fallen into planning, if there's such a thing. That's all.
My name's Brent Cowie. I've been working in resource management for about 40 years. My background's essentially in water resource management and stream ecology. Most of my work at the moment seems to be in the North Island, even though I'm domiciled in Christchurch. And I'm 98% on the way to retirement.
Good morning, my name's Greg Ryder. I'm a water quality scientist and freshwater ecologist based down in Dunedin. I've been working as an independent in that sort of line of work for 25, 30 years and have been a independent commissioner for probably 20 years or so and sat on about 30 or 40 hearings.
So just in terms of the general sequence of the hearing, in week 1, for those who weren't there with us, we heard from the council briefly at the start of that week. We've been hearing from submitters who wish to be heard and their experts and witnesses. And we're looking forward to the end of this week to hear back from Hawke's Bay Regional Council with their responses to submissions, evidence and any changes they may have made. We'll be looking to adjourn the hearing for a little while. During the process, the council has made changes to Appendix 11 of the Section 42A report, and we've asked, as a result of those changes, if people would submit as whether they've attended or not, if they'd like to make further submissions on the changes to that appendix. They're welcome to do so by the date that I included in the minute. So I see people writing that down, so you might not have been aware of it, hence I'm saying that. So My understanding is that the Appendix 11 was a summary of the hydrological science, and the changes, which are substantial, are mostly deletions from that report. So my understanding is there's no subsequent changes to the Section 42A report or the underlying science in which has been summarised. So that's just a short context, but the rest of the details are in that minute. And so we may hear further submissions on that Appendix 11 at a date yet to be organised. And we have site visits scheduled for this Friday, and the long-term forecast is for good weather. I'm yet to find a forecast that was actually real and true, so we'll wait and see what Friday brings us. We will be recording the hearings, and we've been making those available for people who weren't able to attend the hearings. Just in terms of the microphones, and I know we still do this, we push the button. We actually don't need to push the button. But if you're wanting to have a private conversation when you're at the table, you're best to put the microphone up. Otherwise, it's all going to be recorded. We just asked submitters if they could provide copies of evidence to Nicola and Gavin, who are at the back there. Maggie's away at the moment, and she might join us later in the week. In terms of health and safety, Nicola, was there anything you need to tell us in terms of where we need to get to? I think in case of an emergency, we can go straight out this door to my left and also at the door there, and we will meet outside out in the grass area to our right, so we have to go out the building. Okay. In terms of break times, we've got a morning tea at 10:30, lunch at 1, and afternoon teas at 3:20. I think that's all we've got in terms of those sort of things. Now, we're just going to see if there's any procedural matters or any questions anyone has. Cool, that's great. In terms of our schedule today, and thanks again to Shad for coming in and starting us off a little bit earlier, because we knew the submissions start at 9, so thank you very much for coming in earlier and setting us up in the right way. We've got Horton Z this morning going through to about 10:30, 10:40, that's right. We've got Hawke's Bay Veggie Growers at 11, Ordering's Nursery, then we've got a little break, and at 12:20 we've got Irrigation Services, and then Whitewater New Zealand. We've got a lunch break, and then we've got Roger Brownlee after lunch, John Parsons, Brian McLay. We have Forest and Bird this afternoon about 3 o'clock and a break, and then we have the oil companies after the break in the afternoon. That's our last submitter today. And then tomorrow, and I see we've got some of our Kahungunu submitters. They're going to be first tomorrow morning. And we've got quite a full day of submissions tomorrow, right through until the end of play. And then Wednesday, just so you're aware, we've only really got 2 submitters on Wednesday. That's Hastings District Council and Napier City Council, which are doing a tag team for the morning session. And then we have lunch, and then we'll be hearing from Hawke's Bay Regional Council. And then we'll be adjourning the hearing. So just the Monday to Wednesday and Friday site visits this week. Any questions? That's great. Welcome, Hawke New Zealand.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Hopefully that makes me a bit more audible for the recording. My name is Nicole Buxeter. Thank you very much for the time here and for the introductory comments. That's very helpful. I appear for Horticulture New Zealand. I know that the Commissioners are focused on tight submissions, hearing submissions that are to the point, and this is absolutely what we aim for. I have a few experts here who are going to help support my case, and we have a PowerPoint, which you can see over here, that will talk you through our summation of what we are arguing for. And our first up today, you're going to hear from Michelle, after my legal submission, you'll hear from Michelle Sands. Then you'll hear from Damien Farrelly, who will discuss the NZ gap. You'll hear from Catherine Sturgeon on water quality, Gillian Holmes on water quantity, Stuart Ford on economics and overseer, followed up Frankie and Mr. Andrew on planning. I have copies of the legal submissions, although these were pre-circulated.
I think we've got a copy. Was there? Yeah, we've got the
Same one?
comments.
Yes, the one that I sent through on Friday. Oh,
Yep.
Thank you very much. I have copies of those, should you like it, but the
10
ones
pages plus the appendix.
plus the appendix, yes, so the appendix
Thank you.
is a key point in that. And the appendix, as you will see, is our attempt to highlight where we are after the addendum report.
Great,
And-
you've anticipated one of our first questions, how you've got after the addendum report in terms of a
That is exactly where we've
synthesis,
landed.
though.
So
Thank you.
hopefully that
That's helpful.
directs the commissioners to our thinking, and it's divided up by experts. So you'll be able to see exactly where, for example, Michelle Sands has landed on the recommendations. And this is supplemented by Mr. Dooney's evidence. The appendix to this is a table summarising what was sought by Hort NZ in the submission, and then where the Section 42A report landed on that. So hopefully, with these two appendix tables, you can track your way through exactly what we're looking for, exactly what's outstanding. And myself and all the experts will be happy to take questions on this as well.
Thank you.
I turn to the legal submissions.
Now, we got this on Friday. I'm not sure what people's lives are like over the weekend. I had a list of chores of things because I was away last week as well. So I didn't do much reading. I've had a read of it, but I don't know if all the panel members have had a read through every line. So we're happy for you to take your time and take us through those. And I know we certainly may have some questions around scope and tier 2 hierarchy issues.
Excellent. Well, I'm very
Yeah.
happy to talk about that.
Okay.
But that was the direction I was looking for. So if the commissioners are happy, I will talk you through.
Thank you.
Let me know where I can take stuff as read, and I probably won't read you through all the quotes that I have in there. So, at paragraph 1, Horticulture New Zealand generally supports Plan Change 9, considers it a sophisticated approach using staging and data gathering to work towards an evidence-based implementation of the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai as set out in the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management 2020, which I will refer to as the NPSFM 2020, and I'll try not to slur all those together. Port NZ considers PC9 to be a step-through plan change, which should be seen to give effect to the NPSFM 2020 as far as possible within the scope and consultation requirements, and that's quite important. Hort NZ is generally supportive of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council's approach to the implementation of NPSFM 2020, and as you've heard from them previously in the sort of previous weeks. Hort NZ considers that PC9, as currently drafted in the Section 42A report, recommendations and the addendum report, does not make adequate provision for, nor give appropriate recognition to, the realities of water requirements for food supply needed to support a growing population. And as I've discussed, we call evidence from our 6 witnesses, not in that order, but in the order that I outlined previously. And as they speak to their piece, there'll be bullet points that they'll talk to, and my plan is to give them a chance to run through a brief summary of their evidence, and then make themselves available to questions, because I feel like that's probably where the real benefit is going to come from here.
Thank you.
In the Section 42A addendum report, as I noted, the experts have considered this. In Appendix A to the legal submissions is a table summarising their responses to the changes proposed. I deal with an issue of scope arising first, and I note that the submission made by Hort New Zealand states Hort NZ has specific comments about the provisions detailed and sets out those specific comments in the submission. They sought the specific amendments sought out in the table in the submission or amendments to like effect. Now, in his evidence, Mr. Dooney seeks amendments to objectives 10 through 14 and 16 to support the importance of recognising and enabling the maintenance of food security. And I note that this wording was not explicitly signalled in the original submission. Now, while no scope issue has been raised, I just wanted to front foot this and reassure the commissioners preemptively that these amendments are within scope and fulfil the relevant legal tests, as the amendments are reasonably and fairly within the scope of submissions made by Hort NZ, because Hort NZ were generally seeking recognition of the importance of maintenance of growing capacity and food security. I also submit that no additional persons above those who had already submitted would have been spurred to lodge a submission had the specific amendments to the objectives been included in the submission. And finally, I also submit that no prejudice will arise from inclusion of the wording now sought in Mr. Dooney's evidence. In short, Commissioners, while a reasonable and informed member of the public might not have anticipated the exact words now being sought by Hort NZ, it is my submission that it is reasonable to conclude that such persons could have anticipated that Hort NZ was seeking thematically similar changes to the objectives of PC9. And I do note that I've cited a number of cases there. I can make these available, but I have not printed them because there's hundreds of pages involved, and I suspect that nobody needs to be weighed down further.
Just on that point, I suppose that the difficulty for the panel is the way the submission is has been prepared, and it's quite specific, and it goes through objective tank 8, objective tank 15. It's quite specific to the actual objectives and policies, and so to say that it would be intended to be within scope is hard for us, having read on the face of it, which is quite specific in those particular objectives policies, and those ones you identify are clearly not there.
The Commissioner is right, and I suppose my answer would be that while the submission does go into the specifics, it does start off with quite a wide thematic approach, and that wide thematic approach focused on recognising the importance of food, and throughout that is the case. And while we acknowledge that these wording changes were not sought in the submission, it is my submission that thematically they could have been anticipated, and while they weren't there in wording, it is my opinion that it passes the legal tests, because in essence, I don't think the inclusion of this wording would have led anybody who's not involved in the plan change, and there's no prejudice arising from the inclusion of this wording.
I think there's also a difficulty that the words maintenance of food supply don't appear anywhere in the submission, in the original submission. Nowhere in it.
Yes, and I am aware that it is a slight change from the specific wording that was sought. And I guess this is why we tried to front foot the scope issue, even though it hadn't been arisen, to sort of give the commissioners a bit more certainty and confidence.
We'll carry on, but I think we're going to come back to this point again. Sure.
Absolutely, thank you. I turn to paragraph 12, where I discuss the National Policy Statement 2020, and the timing requirements for implementation have already been canvassed in legal submissions from Council for Hawke's Bay Regional Council. And our views on how far the panel can recognise the NPSFM 2020 reflect those of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. And I quote, "Where scope exists in PPC 9 and in submissions for change that would help PPC 9 to give effect to the NPSFM 2020, those changes can be made." And I think that summarises it very succinctly. Note that the Section 42A report recognises that every local authority must give effect to the NPSFM 2020 as soon as reasonably practical. And it does note that there is a limiting factor on this, in that the Section 42A report can only make recommendations which give effect to the NPSFM 2020 where there is scope to do so in the submissions. The Section 42A report also notes, as the Commissioners will be aware, that there has not been engagement to determine how Te Mana o Te Wai applies to water bodies and freshwater ecosystems in the region, and that therefore the report concludes it is not possible to fully give effect to the true intent of the National Policy Statement until this engagement has occurred. Now, nevertheless, Hort NZ considers the direction of PC9 is towards compliance with the NPSFM 2020, and accordingly we have treated PC9 not as an interim plan change, waiting on required changes to bring it into line with the NPSFM 2020, but rather as a step-through plan change to recognising the NPSFM 2020, pending specific consultation. I'm aware that the difference between interim plan change or step-through plan change may be lawyerly semantics, but I do think it's important that this will not be entirely overwritten, in our opinion, to give effect to the NPSFM, that it is a step towards full recognition. Now, the expert evidence from Hort NZ supports this position and makes suggestions as to how to better bring PC9 into line with the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management in a manner which is within scope, and we've been aware of that throughout. I turn now to our topic of tiers 1, 2 and 3 in the hierarchy at paragraph 18. The concept of Te Mana o Te Wai was included in the 2017 National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, but has been further developed in the 2020 version. And the obligation of hierarchies, the hierarchy of obligations, is set out there, which I have no doubt that you're very, very familiar with. The NPSFM 2020 states objectives and policies for matters of national significance that are relevant to achieving the purpose of the RMA. It is Hort NZ's view and my submission that the hierarchy of Te Mana o Te Wai in Tier 2 includes fruit and vegetables for domestic consumption to enable the health needs of people, and in Tier 3, fruit and vegetables for export purposes. In her evidence, Ms Sands, alongside me here, will discuss, and she details in that submitted evidence, the interplay between Te Mana o Te Wai and domestic food supply, and the importance of affordable fruit and vegetables for domestic consumption. It It is my submission that the phrase "such as" in Tier 2 of the framework of Te Mana o Te Wai does not limit the health needs of people to only considerations of drinking water. And in a classic Llewellyn move, I turn to the dictionary definition of the phrase "such as," which is defined as used to introduce an example or series of examples. It's my submission that Tier 2 is not limited to just drinking water, and recognition needs to be provided that other aspects that go towards promoting the health needs of people, including fresh fruit and vegetables, such as the types grown in the Hawke's Bay region, fit within Tier 2 of that hierarchy. And it's my submission that the situation of horticulture under Tier 3 is clear. The Section 42A addendum report comments, with regards to the hierarchy, Tier 1 is prioritised first, so we must prioritise the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems. Now, we agree with this comment and note that it is our submission that the way and rate at which over-allocation is phased out should be guided by Tiers 2 and 3, which in turn are guided by Part 2 of the RMA, and I'll just discuss that briefly now. Although recent cases have highlighted the lack of need for recourse to Part 2, except where there is invalidity, and I'd like to note incomplete coverage and uncertainty of meaning, which are sitting in the King Salmon decision, Part 2 is still the engine room of the RMA. In this case, I submit that recourse to Part 2 is helpful and is indeed necessary to understand how the hierarchy of obligations in Te Mana o Te Wai are to be met. Accordingly, I submit that we can look to Part 2, which provides that sustainable management is managing the use, development, and protection of resources in a way or at a rate which enables peoples and communities to provide their social, economic, and cultural well-being. And that full quote is in Section 5 of the RMA. The direction in Part 2 of "in a way or at a rate" does not allow one consideration to trump others. Rather, it is my submission that it requires that the use, development, and protection of resources, in this situation before us, freshwater, is undertaken in a way and at a rate which allows for the matters covered by Tiers 2 and 3. We consider that the requirement to manage resource use in a way or at a rate that enables contains aspects of both time and space. And I submit that the way part of this is vital. The management of the water bodies covered by PC9 must be undertaken in a way which considers how freshwater values are provided for across the full flow regime and at the subcatchment and catchment scale. In addition, the management of freshwater must also consider other values that the tank water bodies support, both within their catchments and beyond, including national values such as food security. I also submit that the rate part of this equation must be undertaken in a way which considers the time required for people and communities to adapt to changing environments. In short, it is my submission that achieving the hierarchy of obligations set out in Te Mana o Te Wai will take time. HortNZ, like the Council, Hawke's Bay Regional Council that is, totally agree that PC9 is a step towards fully achieving the NPSFM 2020 and that future and further work is necessary. In the Section 42A addendum report, the authors note uncertainty with regard to recognition of food supply importance, with the author noting that uncertainty as to how to determine how much water to allocate to fruit and vegetables for domestic supply, and whether all horticulture fits within Tier 2 or within Tier 3. And our response to that is, in our evidence submitted, that horticultural crops grown in the tank catchments are significant for supporting domestic food security. HortNZ seeks that PC9 include recognition of the importance of horticulture in supporting food security in New Zealand and provides the appropriate framework necessary for maintaining the viability and success of horticultural crops in supporting the health of a growing population. I just deviate slightly. I spent the weekend here in the region, driving around, eating vegetables, drinking wine, that sort of thing. And I note that the Hastings...
No, you said you drank wine.
Absolutely.
Sorry, are you including that in
No.
domestics?
No.
Right.
That's
Okay.
just
Cool.
my weekend plans.
Okay.
But I note, while I was driving around, that the Hawke's Bay District Council motto is Urbis et Ruris Concordia, which means town and country in harmony. I just want to point out that this sort of feeds into HortNZ's submission of this urban growth. There needs to be rural support.
Just at 32, and this is something we'll come back to, perhaps with yourself or Ms Sands, just in regards to the other part of the addendum report quote that you've given is about whether domestic supply includes other regions in New Zealand or just the Hawke's Bay. That's important.
Thank you. I feel like this is probably a question for Ms Sands.
Yeah.
So I'll be happy to hand that over to her when it's her turn up.
Thank you.
Thank you. I turn now to paragraph 34. The changes sought by Hort NZ are consistent with Te Mana o Te Wai and the associated obligation hierarchy. The changes reflect the importance of some aspects of horticultural activity that are within Tier 2 and others covered by Tier 3. The changes sought are within the scope of PC9, the submissions made on it, and the NPSFM 2020. It is my submission that the changes sought by Hort NZ do not go towards implementing the NPSFM 2020 any further than is appropriate in this case. In the next part of my legal submissions, I will...
Just on that, and you can come back, it's just a question
No.
while I've got it in my mind. One of the things I haven't identified in your legal submissions was reference to Appendix 5 of the National Policy Statement, just in regards to those horticultural lands at Pukekohe and I think around Horowhenua. So it seemed to me, I was wondering why you hadn't.
I thought about including this,
Yes.
but on a reread, the references to these areas are very geographically focused
That's right.
and
In that they don't include the Hawke's Bay.
in that they don't include the Hawke's Bay. I didn't want to cloud the focus here on the Hawke's Bay, but I do take this opportunity to note that the recognition of those two areas is significant
Yes.
and it is important and it is a step towards recognising the importance of food security and maintaining New Zealand's ability to provide for national food security. And I think that recognition in the NPSFM of these two areas is an important consideration. While it doesn't include the Hawke's Bay, nevertheless, I do submit that specific recognition should maybe form that sort of lie in the back of the Commissioner's mind.
If my memory serves me right, that they were informed by submissions from a number of parties, including Horticulture New Zealand, in regards to those specific areas, but there were a few other areas, but I don't remember the Hawke's Bay being clearly identified in the list.
I suspect that this may be a question for Ms Sands as well, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I have no doubt that she will absolutely...
Sorry to
talk
disturb
about
your
that.
flow.
No, I appreciate the questions as I go through because then my mind's there as well. So as said, I turn to paragraph 35. Policy 11 of the NPSFM 2020 stipulates that fresh water is allocated and used efficiently, all existing over-allocation is phased out, and future over-allocation is avoided. Other policies in the NPSFM 2020 note that management involves integration, climate change considerations, and efficiency. While some of the changes sought by Hort NZ seek to allow water transfer and use, it is my submission that these changes sought fall within the policies of the NPSFM 2020 and do not cut across the requirements of Policy 11. I turn to paragraph 36. Mr Dooney, in his Appendix 1, recommends a series of changes, and I note changes to Rule 5, Schedule 29, and Policy 21 to enable the consenting of land use change within a catchment collective, amendments to more accurately manage nitrogen loss resulting from a change in land use, and changes to Policy 21 to ensure it does not prohibit some commercial vegetable production rotations in tank catchments, and specifically wording changes to mitigate the existing use of the word avoid. And as you'll be aware, there's case law on the use of the word avoid and its directive nature, which we are keen to provide clarity around. At paragraph 37, for the reasons already stated, I submit that these changes are consistent with the NPSFM 2020. The hierarchy of obligations does not require complete compliance with the first obligation at the expense of the second and third. All three matters have to be considered together, so all obligations are provided for. And I submit that Hort NZ's changes achieve this. At paragraph 38, I discuss the water quantity management framework. Hort NZ considers the prevention of reallocation of actual and reasonable allocation within the allocation limit to be undesirable and seeks a framework that is flexible enough to respond to individual circumstances that require consents. In pursuit of this outcome, Mr Dooney, first of all, seeks to make Rule 12 a non-complying activity and not the activity that it currently sits at, looks to build flexibility into Policy 37 by allowing water that might become available within the interim groundwater allocation limit or the limit of any connected water body to be reallocated to essential municipal uses or primary production purposes on versatile land or for use in stream flow maintenance and enhancement schemes. And finally, he suggests changes to Policy 38 to enable the reallocation of groundwater without restricting such allocation to holders of permits before the 2nd of May 2020 to recognise the reality of retirement and succession planning of growers. At paragraph 40, Hort NZ also seeks that the definition of actual and reasonable be amended to enable existing water takes, when being renewed, to meet the restricted discretionary conditions of Rules 9 and 10, or fail to be assessed as discretionary under Rule 11. Now, I understand that the Commissioners have had questions for other submitters on this, and I understand that our experts are happy to answer questions and provide greater clarity on what Hort NZ is seeking in regards to the actual and reasonable definition change, and they'll be able to talk to that very clearly. I turn to 41, where I discuss the legal commentary on prohibited status briefly. Section 87A of the Resource Management Act states that if an activity has a prohibited status, no application for a resource consent may be made, and the consent authority must not grant a consent for it. I note the Environment Court has emphasised the severe nature of the prohibited status, noting the imposition of prohibited activity status on any activity or activities is the most draconian form of control available under the Resource Management Act. And note that a prohibited status should not be imposed lightly and without detailed consideration. Mr. Dooney says the prohibited status in Rule 12 is inappropriate and should be more properly a non-complying status in order to allow flexibility to unusual instances of administratively challenging consent applications. He considers that policies 36 through 38 are sufficient to protect inappropriate water resource allocation. And in conclusion, on my water quantity points, the changes sought by Hort NZ to the Water Quantity Management Framework aim to enable reasonable use of water for horticultural purposes. These uses go to the integrated management of fresh water and the consideration of land use and climate change response. The changes aim at efficient allocation and water use. While Policy 11 of the NPSFM 2020 requires that all existing over-allocation be phased out and future over-allocation avoided, I submit the changes sought do not run contrary to this. In fact, I submit the changes sought are necessary to fulfil the health needs of people and the ability of people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being. These changes sought will implement the NPSFM 2020 in a way and at a rate which enables people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and for their health and safety, while sustaining the potential of natural and physical resources to meet the reasonably foreseeable needs of future generations, safeguarding the life-supporting capacity of air, water, soil and ecosystems, and avoiding, remedying or mitigating adverse effects on the environment. In conclusion, I submit that PC9 must provide for the continuation of horticulture in the Hawke's Bay area to support local and national growth and food requirements. Permitting appropriate transfers of water permits is necessary to achieve this. Recognition of the importance of horticulture for food security is within the scope and contemplation not only of Hort NZ's submission, but also of the NPSFM 2020. The NPSFM 2020 requires a staged approach to the hierarchy, and precedence cannot be given to the first obligation at the cost of the second two obligations going unfulfilled. The NPSFM must be engaged with in terms of in a way or at a rate, and changes must be made which accord with this requirement, that is, undertaken in contemplation of evidence-based assessments and the needs of the three tiers of the hierarchy. That concludes my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see if there's any burning questions, otherwise we might hear from your first expert evidence. Yeah, we'll carry on. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Ms. Michelle Sands to address you.
Kia ora, my name is Michelle Sands. I'm the Environment Policy Manager for Horticulture New Zealand, and I will just, as Ms. Buxeda has...
Sorry, Ms. Sands. we're just going to
Oh,
bring
find
up
my
your
evidence.
bit of evidence,
Yes, okay.
because I know everyone's shuffling paper up here, and so we're just going to get everyone just to get to your...
That's the summary statement. Would you like to see evidence? Sorry, I'll just find copies. And we have copies of the summary statements of the evidence for the commissioners. However, the summary statements generally reflect the summary statements at the beginning of the evidence.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Yes, happy for you to continue.
As Ms Buxeda outlined, Hort NZ generally supports the direction of Plan Change 9, but we have a few areas where we're seeking refinements, and I outline our case and my evidence, and I thought that I would just highlight some of the key matters that our team will cover in evidence. Firstly, we support transfers and the recognition of the value of the Hiratonga Plains, that highly productive land. The issue of water transfers will be discussed by my colleagues, Ms Holmes and Mr Ford. We support rootstock survival water provided as a permitted activity, and I just wanted to touch upon this briefly. You know, there are many tree crops on the plains, and in times of drought, when the river flows are low, to keep those trees alive or to avoid them suffering damage, ongoing damage, a small amount of water is required. And that at the moment is provided as a permitted activity and has been made more clear within the Section 42A reply, and we support that. One thing that I wanted to draw to your attention is the water conservation order appeal. We've been in the hearing for that last week. If the appellant's proposal to apply the water conservation order to the lower river was accepted, it has a requirement for consented takes to stop below the minimum flow of 2,400 on the Ngāruroro, and it makes exceptions for those matters recognised in the RMA, so stock drinking water, domestic supply and firefighting, but no exception for rootstock survival water. Now, as it stands, that's okay, because rootstock survival water, or at least for existing activities, is provided for within the permitted activity. I just highlight this because in many plans, rootstock survival water has been provided for throughout New Zealand, but often that's been provided for as a consented activity, and it's been kind of a negotiated outcome through mediation, so most recently in the Northland Plan. And so whilst Hort NZ has accepted a consented status for rootstock survival water and other plans, because of the uncertainty of the water conservation order, it remains very important for us to have that provided for within the permitted activity in this plan. Just moving on, water harvesting and augmentation. This is really important to support existing and new irrigation, and Ms Holmes and Mr Ford will speak to that. Another matter is regarding source water protection, and this is addressed in my evidence, and I wanted to highlight this matter to you. So in my evidence, I raised an issue about source water protection. This is new source water supplies. Under the Water Services Bill, there are very many supplies that would be classified in this way, and including some for horticultural production. So, for example, if a grower had a bore that they then used also to supply workers' accommodation or pack houses, it would be captured by this, the provisions under the Water Services Bill. And what that sets up as a situation where then the risks to that supply have to be mitigated. Now, the point that we are raising here is that the Water Services Bill doesn't include the first part, which would be to avoid new drinking water sources in areas where they are potentially vulnerable. And we think that that's really important that this plan does that, so we don't see a proliferation of new drinking water sources on the highly productive land of the plains, which could then be vulnerable. And so we are seeking that the plan recognise that. Moving on to water quality, and these are matters that will be covered by my colleague Ms Sturgeon and also Mr Ford. We do support collective and individual freshwater farm plans. My colleague Dr Farrelly will speak to the GAP plans, and we do urge a plan framework that aligns farm planning with the GAP schemes. So here, here in these catchments, there's a lot of horticulture. 90% of growers, probably more, in these catchments already have GAP farm plans under the GAP schemes. 80% of growers are captured in the priority catchments that are identified in this plan. And so these are the people that will be progressing with their farm plans first. And we have a scheme which could support them to do that quickly and to do that well. And what we seek is provisions that enable us to support growers to develop those farm plans. I just wanted to touch on climate change. So we sought in my evidence that both emissions and adaptation to climate change be recognised in this plan, and that has been accepted in the Section 42A addendum. And we support that. I think that, in New Zealand, 50% of our emissions are related to agriculture. Throughout the world, our food systems are a leading cause of climate change, and over the next 10 years and in the lifetime of this plan, we need to start to adapt our food systems in New Zealand and throughout the world so they are providing for operating within environmental limits, both freshwater limits, but actually also the limits of our climate, and providing for people's nutritional needs, which takes me to my next point, which Ms Baxida has discussed, but that's about food security within Te Mana o Te Wai. So, not all horticulture grown on the Hiratonga Plains is for domestic food supply. 70% of New Zealand apples are grown here, and they are predominantly grown for export. But there are more than 100 crops grown in these catchments. It is one of the most diverse growing catchments in New Zealand, and many of the crops have an important role in supporting New Zealand's food security for both fruit and vegetables. And so, for example, summer fruit, which is grown here, 30% of New Zealand's summer fruit is grown here, and that is grown, with the exception of cherries, for domestic food supply. Also, peas and corn, they are grown, a large proportion are grown here, and a significant proportion of those are consumed domestically. So those are the points that I wanted to highlight to you, but I'm happy to take questions as well.
Thank you, Ms. Sands. Dr. Ryder, you want to say something?
It's probably not a question for you, but maybe for more of a planning question or a legal question around Te Mana o Te Wai and the elevation into the second tier for vegetable and fruit production. And I guess the question is, and it's a bit of a philosophical one, is where do you draw a spatial boundary around domestic supply in terms of, do we define it as the whole of the country, or local domestic supply, or even domestic supply at the catchment level?
I can give you my opinion on that, which is that, our food system is a national food system. Well, actually, it's a global food system, but in terms of food security, we have a national food system. And so I think the question then becomes, how do you integrate matters of national value within a Te Mana o Te Wai framework? Is Te Mana o Te Wai only to be considered at the catchment scale, the scale of water, or does it recognise that the water supports values wider than that? And so that is our I suppose, argument, is that you have to look to national values. And I think that if you think about the way that Levin and Pukekoi have been recognised within the National Policy Statement for Fresh Water for their role locally in supporting national domestic food supply of fresh vegetables, and in particularly in winter. And so that gives you an indication that within the NPSFM it does contemplate that whilst we have to manage elevate the value of water first, and that is of course local to where the water is, those second and third hierarchy values may occur outside of that spatial scale, and that has to be integrated. I think that there are other examples of that within the MPSFM, you know, for example, the recognition of hydroelectricity elevated within the MPSFM, and of course that's a third hierarchy activity.
Okay, yeah, I'd probably be interested in comments from other witnesses as we move along on that, because it's sort of, I think if you use the national argument for domestic supply, it's sort of, the river's on a bit of a hiding, individual river's on a bit of a hiding to nothing there, because the domestic supply at the national level is always going to be possibly or arguably greater than the needs at the sort of the catchment level, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but we don't grow all our food in our backyard, and nor can we. You know, there are many parts of New Zealand where people live that they cannot grow their own food, and that would be cities, for example. So, you know, I'm from Wellington, and Wellington grows almost none of the food that is consumed there, and it relies on other regions for that. And Hawke's Bay is, has a very favourable climate, has highly productive soils, and so plays an important role in terms of food production for New Zealand. And that is, it's not evenly distributed across catchments, and so we see those catchments like Pukekohe and Levin, which are very different to here and grow different crops and are really recognised in the MPSFM because they have poor water quality, but they were recognised in a transitional way within the MPSFM because it became apparent that to bring those catchments up to the bottom, even to the bottom lines, could risk the reliable supply of fresh vegetables in winter, until such time we have a way of recognising this question that you're asking: how do we do allocation in this country? And so because it was uncertain, they were recognised in the plan. In Hawke's Bay we don't have quite that situation. It's not that we're talking about a situation where vegetable growing or fruit growing would be elevated above bottom lines. We're not talking about that. Freshwater is still the first priority, but we are talking about making natural resource management decisions which recognise the value of food. And I think really what you start to think about is the relative importance of the municipal, or the drawing of water away from the plains where it supports food production towards the towns, and that is an area where we seek recognition here that whilst drinking water is a second priority and it's very important, so too is food production. So we wouldn't want to see water being diverted away from the plains where it has such an important role.
All right, thank you.
Just one question. There were a lot of comments from the farmers about 20 cubic metres a day being inadequate for stock water supplies, for instance, on hill country properties. Is Hort NZ satisfied that the 20 cubic metres a day for root stock survival would be sufficient in all cases?
No, it's probably not sufficient in all cases, but and Ms Holmes can speak to this, but for it is used now in the existing situation. So in the existing situation, there's not the minimum flow is 2,400, and there isn't another way that people can use water for keeping their trees alive other than that permitted take, and so that is what is used now. So it's kind of about the status quo. It is, with rootstock survival water, only a very small amount of water is required, and so 20 cubic metres for many people would be sufficient. It kind of does depend on the scale of their operation.
The other associated thing is, I think Pernod Ricard have asked for a specific policy that's in Plan Change 6 for the Toki relating to rootstock survival. You might want to look at their submission. I can't remember whether it's submission 94 or page 194 of something, which specifically asks for that. And if Hort NZ would support that particular proposition.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just turning back again to this issue of
Sorry,
Te Mana Tawai and the hierarchy.
Sorry, just to
Yeah.
jump in, I know that we're sort of on a bit of a time hiding here. I know that we have another sort of 5 experts, and while this is incredibly important, I just sort of point you to the fact that we may be running out of time at the end, and I would hate to compromise other experts answering questions.
What we might do then, if with your leave, we might hear your experts and then have our questions all together. And then you can work out who's going to answer it, or do tag team on the
If the
question.
commissioners are happy with that, that would work for us.
You're comfortable with that, Roger? We'll do that, thanks.
Thank you. In that case, next up, I'd like to invite Mr. Damien Farrelly.
Morning. So, in the interest of time, I'll try and get this through quickly. So my name is Damien Farrelly. I'm manager of the NZ GAP program, which is owned by Horticulture New Zealand. NZ GAP stands for New Zealand Good Agricultural Practice. It's one assurance system for fruit and vegetables, and we developed an environment management system add-on, which delivers on the requirement for certified and audited farm environment plans. So one of the main aspects of these assurance programs is that they're integrated assurance. We try and deliver on multiple issues in one system. The other GAP program that's operational in New Zealand and a lot in Hawke's Bay is Global GAP, and growers are required to be GAP certified for market access for fresh and processed vegetables, fruit and vegetables. The EMS integrates with both NZ GAP and Global GAP, so a grower has their GAP program for market access, and then the EMS is that integration with the Farm Environment Plan requirements, which we have developed local guidelines for that are region and catchment specific. Looking at Schedule 30, support the recognition of industry programs in the Section 42A and the addendum. We are supportive of the recommendations, except for there are some additional requirements that we think could be incorporated to make it a little bit more straightforward and user-friendly. And those are around the content of farm environment plans versus the delivery of farm environment plans, either via the council, catchment collective, or industry program. The other component for recognition of industry schemes, there's been additional requirements for reporting added in. We did request more clarity on the reporting expectations. It's my view that the current requirements are perhaps excessive. They will add significant administration and therefore compliance costs for growers. So my recommendation is those reporting requirements are more outcomes focused. In my evidence, I've supplied reporting expectations around data tiers, and while we recognise that recognition of industry programs is really important, we would like that assurance to be recognised, therefore reporting requirements to be, I suppose, more aligned with those assurance outcomes rather than the on-farm practices or inputs. The last point then there is just where the EMS is at, and we've got formal recognition in 2 regions at the moment, Environment Canterbury and Gisborne District Council, working on recognition in other regions where plan changes are currently happening. And when the Resource Management Act Section 9A regulations come out at the end of this month, we will be seeking recognition of the EMS for that as well. So the national system for delivery of audited and certified farm plans, freshwater farm plans. That is my summary.
Thank you, and we'll come back to you.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite Ms. Catherine Sturgeon.
Kia ora, I'm Catherine Sturgeon. I'm a water quality scientist. Firstly, I just want to start by outlining the recommendations that I support from the Section 42A addendum, such as the use of consistent terminology, such as target attribute states throughout the plan, removal of the TN concentration priority map, an update of the sediment yield priority map, and inclusion of hill slope erosion provisions in Schedule 30. The next points are a summary of my evidence, of which the focus is the provisions within PC9 that set the limits and actions for achieving the proposed water quality outcomes over time. The priority maps in the plan outline the timeframes for when subcatchments need to have freshwater farm plans completed. The effectiveness of freshwater farm plans in contributing to an improvement in water quality and meeting the water quality objectives of the plan relies on the priority maps to have been created correctly and cover the contaminants of concern in each subcatchment. There is an importance of a line of sight between the actions and priorities on the farm linking to water quality and water quality outcomes in the catchment. To that end, I still recommend the replacement of TP and TN yield maps with the DIN and DRP concentration maps to enable usability of the plan, so getting buy-in from those using the plan and creating these freshwater farm plans by showing the clear linkage to the outcome of the plan, and to capture high priority subcatchments that are missed using the modelling approach that is currently used. This is discussed further in the Water Quality Joint Witness Statement, which was provided on Friday. My next point is about policy Tank 21. So nitrogen loss is a focus of this policy, as outlined in the Section 42A report. The reason of this was because it is a contaminant of particular concern, with freshwater concentrations exceeding target attribute states in many places within the tank catchments. My evidence shows that sediment, phosphorus, and E. coli are also key water quality contaminants within many of the subcatchments, and the attributes least likely to meet the target attribute states with the way the current plan is worded and the way the current priority maps have been created. Policy Tank 21 uses land use change as a limit in the plan. However, land use change is only assessed based on nitrogen losses and therefore conceivably allows an increase in other contaminants. For example, a land use change from commercial vegetable crop to a beef farm is more favourable than the other way around, but would result in an increase in E. coli losses from that farm. In my opinion, a multi-contaminant approach would result in better water quality outcomes overall. Therefore, I recommend that the wording to Policy Tank 21 be amended to enable land use change to be assessed based on a multi-contaminant approach. And the specific wording is outlined in my evidence. And that's it.
Thank you very much. We now turn to Ms. Gillian Holmes.
This is very efficient. You've been
I know.
practicing.
Excellent. I like this panel of questions at the end. I think this will help.
I've lost the PowerPoint.
You've killed my PowerPoint.
It was efficient.
Yeah,
There we go.
Hang on.
No, you're going to.
Oh, and I'll take this opportunity to note actually that appendix to Ms. Sands' evidence, briefs of evidence from individual growers, and they'll be appearing afterwards. And I know that Mr. Scott Lawson has a space as well, and he is going to be following our presentation. Thank you.
So, good morning. So, yeah, my name's Gillian Holmes, and I was looking at the water quantity components of the plan, and really looking at how the ability of growers to be able to take and continue to use water reliably within the tank catchments. So the main points I'm just going to summarise now would be so transfers. So just support the use of transfers, and I do support the changes that have been recommended in the 42A report. I believe that sort of makes it clearer about what opportunities there are for transferring, and also support from an effects perspective. I do support the reallocation of water within the interim groundwater limit, and then moving on for the actual and reasonable definition. So I support the 42A amendment change, which is restating the word maximum into that definition rather than the average. And there were other minor changes that I did propose, which I still support because I do think they do improve the definition. So that was around the definition of accurate. It was including a reference to the augmentation volume as a possibility assessing what that would be and putting that as a consent limit. And also looking at the use of around the 10 years, and but it's really looking at the implementation of if growers have less than 10 years of actual data, using that in conjunction with, say, the calculations from ERACalc to form a better or a more accurate site-specific assessment of what the actual and reasonable water use would be. At the moment, as it reads, it's sort of one or the other, and there could be a combination. And finally, on the minimum flows and rootstock, so I support the minimum flows that have been proposed, but that is contingent on the rootstock saliva water, as has already been discussed, being included as a permitted activity rule. And I do support the changes that have been made in the addendum about specifying the 20 cubic metres per day as on existing use. That's the main points.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to turn to Mr. Stuart Ford.
Good morning. My evidence is based on my economic skills and also my experience in nutrient modelling. So I've given you considerable evidence about the economic performance of the area under consideration and the importance for economic augmentation in the future. So water reliability is incredibly important for the horticultural operations, much more so than pastoral operations, because water reliability has a huge influence on the quality of production in horticultural systems. If quality falls off, the economic return falls off very quickly. And I've shown in my evidence where AgFirst did some work on different flow regimes, and they incorporated water quality into that work, and you can see that the EBIT drops off very quickly as water reliability drops off in the horticultural sector. And there's no way of overcoming that. Transfers, I've just stated that I'm generally in favour of free transfers as being the most economically efficient, but in this situation we've got a limited supply of land with the characteristics which are required to produce these crops. So I'm fully in favour of economic transfer within versatile land being a provision within this planning thing. I've given you extensive evidence into the economics around rootstock survival water provisions, and I think it's fully justified from an economic perspective, and matches the livestock water consideration. I've also given you extensive evidence on N-loss from horticulture, and that was mainly because the AgFirst reports which were used in development of the tank concentrated on individual crops. And it's very important, I think, to consider horticulture in terms of, particularly in vegetable production, for the whole rotation. And that's why our recommendation is that for horticulture, in terms of N-loss, that it's considered in terms of the whole rotation and over the average rotation. I think there's a danger that people pick out individual crops and highlight their N-loss potential when the N-loss potential for the total rotation is much less. And land use change, I prefer the original Schedule 29. I think the method of bringing in a proxy measure for land use change is very inefficient, and I think it's much more efficient to have an effects-based approach to land use change than the proxy approach, which is presently in Schedule 29. So that's a summary of my highlights of my evidence.
Thank you.
Okay,
Now, are we up to the last?
we're up to it.
We have up next Mr. Dooney.
We might do something a little bit different. We might ask our questions now and then hear from Mr. Dooney last. if
Oh, that's a good
okay.
idea. Would you
Yeah.
like me to put all the experts up here in a panel?
That would be
remove
great,
myself,
they can
and then
fit.
you have them all in front of you. That's all of them.
Thank you. We'll see how many of my yellow tabs come off. When I start from that end and go down this end.
System's like mine.
Perhaps I'll just, just gathering our thoughts, it's a general question. It seems to me that the National Policy Statement for Freshwater, in terms of vegetable growing or food production, is looking at two particular areas, and one is the area that I'd identified earlier in terms of those horticultural areas which are identified in the appendix. But also there are other references to food production throughout the NPS, and the other side is Mahinga Kai, where there's customary food harvest. And it seems to be it's an interesting dichotomy. On the one hand, subsistence economy, hunting and gathering, and on the other side, commercial growing. And I'm still just trying to get my head around the domestic part that sits there and the correlation between the domestic and the commercial and I've heard, I think, a robust argument about there's a national food system in New Zealand, but I'm trying to apply that to the Hawke's Bay and thinking about the diversity of the types of crops. And there's a large number of land, not large amount of land that's being used for wine growing, and I'm not sure that comes under the heading of food security and fitting that tier 2. It seems to be very squarely in tier 3, but
Neither do I. Yeah. So when we're talking about tier 2, we are just talking about the essential human health needs of the New Zealand population. And because of our geographic isolation, New Zealand does need to produce particularly fresh food here. We don't import many fresh vegetables, things like summer fruit, bit squishy. They don't, we have to grow them here to eat them. And so, no, we're not
I'm looking
talking
for a little
about...
bit more detail about the food security. Sounds like a nice little label to include. I think I'm wanting to just unpack that a little bit.
So we're not talking about crops that are grown predominantly for export and whereby New Zealanders consume a part of them, but really as a kind of, it's grown anyway and we eat part of it. So that would be the case for apples, that would be the case for wine, that would be the case for kiwi fruit, that's the case for meat, and it's the case for milk. But it's not the case, it's actually the case for squash, it's the case for onions, but it's not the case for many fruits and vegetables that are grown in New Zealand actually for domestic food supply. And so we are making that distinction and recognising the importance of that value.
Thank you. That's helpful.
So I'll just go through these things in the order that they're in my yellow stickies here. So Dr. Farrelly, you first, please. Can I take you to your paragraphs 31 and 33? And we're talking about the New Zealand Good Agricultural Practice certification there when you talk about it in those paragraphs 31 and 32. So that's primarily related to food quality assurance, is that correct? Those paragraphs 31 and 30. Sorry, I'm talking.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
So when it comes to quality, most quality components are driven by the market. So that's about the grading of how good the produce is. NZIA GAP certification looks more for those intrinsic values around food safety, environment and social practice, things that can't be seen, and providing assurance that those outcomes are being achieved so that we have safe and sustainable produce.
And on the same page, paragraph 33, you talk about a grower group. So that could be someone like Mr. Apple or Turners and Growers as a single entity?
Essentially, yeah, the most widely known grower group would be Zespri. So we've one certification across hundreds of growers that are all operating the same system, and generally they're managed by the marketer, and they can have similar systems for if they have one crop. Generally, they have one or two crops as well, so they can have consistent systems to deliver safe and sustainable produce, but also can have the quality element added in for that market.
And I think you give examples of other councils where that sort of practice has been agreed, such as Environment Canterbury.
Yep. And what we've done with the grower groups, generally, as I've pointed out, have been a market-facing entities, and we're working through in Gisborne District Council at the moment is rather than market-driven, it's catchment-driven. So growers in a collective working together on farm environment plans or freshwater farm plans, rather than working together on assurance for market access.
And my final question is on your paragraph 89, where you talk about the policy recognition of industry programs. But I did note that industry programs isn't defined in the list of in the glossary to Plan Change Night. Would it help if that were defined? I'm not sure whether it's in scope of your submission.
We did note that there was inconsistency in definitions, but didn't specifically request a definition for industry programs. From the horticulture industry point of view, it's more about the criteria within an industry program is the thing that's nearly creating a definition in some ways. I think it would be helpful to have a definition, but for us, I'm not sure if it's absolutely necessary, because I think the criteria is more important.
So helpful but not essential, if you like.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just while we've got you there, I just had a question just around for the plan, land use, and this is something I've asked Beef and Lamb in terms of CapEx, whether they're wanting to make an intervention into their practice or make an investment that's going to help change the practice for forward outcomes. How does that work in terms of GAP?
So generally give growers a transition timeline, either regulatory driven or by the industry. Industry is setting their own expectations, but we work on a 5-year timeline as the general approach. And if the council deadline is sooner than that, in places like Canterbury, where growers must be at good management practice by, I think it was 2019, then they would have to make that investment in a more...
That was going to be, you've answered my second question. The third question was going to be about where you might have a resource consent or a particular rule in the plan which requires a particular outcome to be achieved by a certain time. Does GAP have that ability to build that in?
Yeah, so we have had issues in some regions where the consenting conditions also fitting into the farm planning components, and keeping those not necessarily apart, but having clarity about the roles and responsibilities between consent officers, farm environment plan auditors, and planners is an area that we have other regions have struggled with as well. But generally, if there's a council deadline, we will incorporate that into the system.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can I just going back to the NZ GAP and the EMS add-on? Can you, probably in your evidence, but I was wondering if you could perhaps summarise it in terms of the auditing side of that. How does that work in the real-world situation? I think we've used ECAN as an example. And how does that auditing of the EMS, how does that feed back to the regional council? So that's undertaken by NZGAP auditors, is that?
So NZGAP is a scheme owner. We set the standards and benchmark to requirements like Hawke's Bay Regional Council and Plan Change 9. We contract out the auditing to third parties. Assure Quality and SGS are the two approved auditing bodies for NZGAP. And how the audit itself works, in as little detail as possible, as the grower does a self-assessment and ensures that they've got everything in place to meet the requirements. They can do that themselves or with help of an advisor. And the auditor will review documentation, interview the grower, and also do a field walk to inspect any of the mitigations. So we call that triangulated assurance, where they're looking at records and the interview and inspection of the mitigations. And an audit report then is submitted to NZGAP, and based on the outcomes, if grower is fully compliant, they can be issued a certificate. If they've got corrective actions they need to make, they have a time frame. Generally it's 28 days, but in year one they can have up to 3 months to get those corrective actions completed. And then to maintain certification, they're re-audited on a frequency based on their performance. So compliant growers are in random audits up to every 3 years they can be audited. Or they can be annual audits, which include targeted audits on top of that. Your last point about reporting through to council, we do a summary report that goes through to council, and that's similar to what we do for Food Act. Through to MPI, a summary audit report goes through. So when we benchmark the requirements of the farm plan, we also do benchmarking of the reporting outcomes. And this is the one area that causes probably most issues in regions where rather than an assurance outcome, this grower is compliant, here's their property boundary and some basic criteria. Some of the reporting is getting towards all the mitigations and all of the practices on farm, which is in the addendum here, and that's a very detailed approach. It's essentially the full farm plan rather than the outcome of the audit, which is where we would like to get to.
So the development of the actual plan, is that who undertakes that?
So it's not required to be done. We have a flexible approach, I suppose. If a grower has competency in-house or themselves, they have to demonstrate that they have that competency to develop their farm plan. But we also have the ability for them to use advisors. And then in the regions where it's a requirement that the grower uses a council-approved advisor, then we would adopt that requirement. So there's options basically based depending on the grower's competency and the availability of advisors and the council's drivers for advisors as well.
And who ensures that plan is the contents of the plan are consistent with, say, Schedule 30 of the...
So that's done by NZGAP in the scheme. So we've built the system so that when a grower interacts with it, they're interacting with a farm plan that has been recognised by the council as having all the requirements in there and benchmark to the farm plan requirements in Schedule 30.
Thank you.
And the way we do that is with the regional guide, just to highlight the areas that are council specific, because there's a lot of commonality between regions, but then if there's a specific in council, we'll say it's something that needs to be mapped, conservation areas, well then that will be highlighted so that both growers and auditors know that that's something that's very specific to the tank catchment.
Thanks. I just had some questions for Ms. Sturgeon. The first of those is I just want to be reminded again, what's the driver from your perspective, or drivers from your perspective, for the focus or the addition of DIN, DRP and E. coli?
So you mean replacing the
Yes.
TN and TP yield maps with DIN and DRP maps and the addition of E. coli maps? So the main driver for that is basically to have a multi-contaminant approach and to enable usability of the plan. So in order to achieve the water quality outcomes, you need the priority maps to prioritise what catchments need improving in those specific contaminants that are outlined in Schedule 26. And so it's just having that link between your subcatchment being a high priority because it's in the D band for this in Schedule 26. That's really the driver by having multiple maps.
Do you see any particular implications for horticultural users, the horticultural sector? So those three contaminants?
Any implications? Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
It's a bit of a general question. It just seemed to me that I was trying to get my head around. You've said in your evidence that it would fit well with the NPSFM in Schedule 26, but I was wondering to see if there were any other drivers from the science perspective of why you'd want to have those particular three contaminants included as well, and whether there was any implications of that on the horticultural sector or not.
Well, I think, for horticulture, E. coli is not such a problem.
That's right.
But generally...
I'm not trying to put words in your
No,
mouth, but you're going in the right direction.
Generally, it was more about having that clear line of sight between what you're trying to achieve and the tools that you're going to use to achieve it. The focus on nitrogen is not necessarily going to lead to the outcomes that Schedule 26.
Okay.
Can I just add one thing to that, just a point of clarity perhaps? So I don't think the proposal that Ms Sturgeon has made actually makes much difference in terms of those areas that are captured as priority from a horticulture perspective, because horticulture's in the lowlands, in one way or another, it will be high priority and they will be progressing with farm plans. So it's not, there perhaps are some subcatchments outside of the horticulture area which would be captured, but really it was more about, from my perspective, you know, when you're trying to persuade growers to undertake a farm plan and to undertake some action, that they understand what they're doing and how it links to the water, because it can be very frustrating, I suppose, if they go, oh, but hang on a minute, the stream down the road is okay for that one and isn't got more of a problem for this other one. So it's more about, from my perspective, behaviour change. That doesn't really, everyone will still have to be doing the farm plan.
Yeah, and there are some subcatchments where they're high priority on the maps currently, and you turn to Schedule 26 that have the water quality targets, and they're below targets already, and it can be that's in the TN yield maps, and then you might look at DIN and it's below the target, so it can just if you're going to do a freshwater farm plan, it would be surprising to see that actually the catchment was already meeting the target when it was a priority to create that. And there's also some other problems with the TN and TB yield maps, just that there's some hill country catchments that seem to be missed using the modelling approach.
I've got this is at your paragraph 110, and it's talking about so that the current provisions may be inflexible to a situation where negligible increases in DIN may be appropriate. An example is where an activity increases in DIN may result in improvement in water quality. And I was just wondering if you could give a real example of that, what that might be. But
Sorry, which?
This is paragraph 110. I hope I've got the right. I hope this is yours. I'm pretty sure it is. Which one? Oh no. There you go. It's the right question, but to the wrong person. Yes. Mr. Dooney. And we're coming back to you. So let's go. But I thought it might have been related to your particular level.
Might have been.
Yeah. I think that's what I've done. I've picked that up in his, but I couldn't. I was looking for an example of that. So this is Mr. Dooney's evidence, 110, and it's with the submission is supporting council's intention in seeking to avoid effects of nitrogen loss from land use change, and relating to negligible increases in DIN may be appropriate. And it says an example is where an activity increases in DIN may result in improvement of water quality. And I was wondering if you could give me an example of where that actually occurs.
I suppose I did talk a little bit about that when I through my summary. So I did make an example of a land use change from commercial vegetable crop to a beef farm, you would reduce, you would increase E. coli losses.
Oh, so
in that
just
case.
like a land use change?
Yeah. So that's, I
Okay.
think that's,
Rather
from
than
my
necessarily a
evidence.
change in practice or different types of crops and those types of things.
yeah, so I'm talking about
Okay.
policy tank 21 was
Okay.
in my evidence.
Thank you.
Another example of that just might be, you know, in the context of He Waka Kinoa and climate change, you know, farmers are seeking opportunities to reduce their emissions, and so there may be farmers who are seeking to, say, bring more vegetables into their rotations. And not necessarily for domestic food supply, these could be vegetables for export. But in that context, you might see a reduction in E. coli. Potentially, you could see a reduction in sediment if you were moving, depending on how the mitigations were placed. But you might see an increase in nitrate. So it's that sort of example as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, we better go to the right-hand side of the table for a change.
Yeah, Mr. Ford, I've got a couple of questions for you. And one of them stems from your initial evidence in paragraph 54, where you make the point there that the Hort NZ proposition is about Plan Change 9 is providing sufficient water is made available to keep the plants alive. I'm not quite sure what that means.
Okay, it's separating the water use from productive use, which say for apples is for pit fruit is producing apples. There's a huge amount of, or high proportion of the water that's used goes into producing the apples.
Yeah.
We're not asking for or not advocating for water to continue to be used to produce apples. We just want sufficient water to keep the root stock alive.
Okay.
So there's the difference between production and keeping the root stock alive.
And a large part of your evidence is around the rootstock survival.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you make the point about with stock, you can move drinking water to them, or you can move stock to drinking water, but with plants, you can't.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. And are you saying then that because of that, because neither of those options is open to plants, there is only one option for them, for the plants?
That's correct. Yes. They either get sufficient water to keep the rootstock alive, or the rootstock die.
All right.
And then there's a huge cost to re-establish them and get them up to production again.
Okay. All right. And the other question I had was one that Ms. Sands raised, but also legal counsel. It's around Te Mana o Te Wai. And that is the time frame or the rate at which Te Mana o Te Wai can be implemented. Now, the cynic might say that's a easy way to get out of actually doing anything. By simply saying, you know, there needs to be further things done to ensure that it is implemented. You're not the only one saying this. I mean, other people are saying the same thing. Others are saying there's got to be more plan changes before we can really see Te Mana o Te Wai taking a grip. Now, I wonder whether you could just expand on that a little bit to make people like me more comfortable that it's not just a kind of fob off, you know, that there are things, there are real things out there that are holding up, really pushing Te Mana o Te Wai.
I can start, and then some of my technical people might be able to help. But I think that, or the way that I see it, is that to achieve the freshwater outcomes that reflect the community values, you know, there is a gap between our current state and that, you know, and that outcome, and that vision and those values being fully met. what we're doing with this plan is looking at how we will manage natural resources in the next 10 years to move us towards that position.
I understand that.
And there are some things that need to be done, I think, in this 10 years in order for us to move to the next step. So one of those things would be around, the paper allocation with water. So at the moment, it's over-allocated in paper. We don't fully know the extent of that. So one of the really important things that this plan will achieve is to move everybody to the actual and reasonable. We'll have a much better understanding of the water that is needed to sustain the existing activity. And at the same time, we can start to look at opportunities for storage and augmentation, which, if they can come into place during this period of time, we'll be able to understand whether or not some of that water that's taken from the groundwater could switch in the next plan, or whether or not it can't. And then since we'll know, that water is really being used for actual and reasonable use to support the activities, we would understand in the future plans, say further clawback was being sought, what the actual economic, social and cultural consequences of that are. So I think that it is really important that we take a staged approach, but that staged approach has a clear line of sight towards our ultimate goal, which is Te Mana o Te Wai, and which is achieving freshwater values. But my position is that the horticulture sector understands that, and we understand that our community wants outcomes that are better than they are now. But we also, our growers want to remain growing here. They also recognise the value of this place for horticulture. So it's about understanding what can be done to get to that place. And so I think it is a staged approach. But I think that we absolutely need to design provisions which achieve real improvement over this period of time. And so I suppose that would be some of the things that Ms. Sturgeon has described, really making a clear line of sight between the action we take and the outcomes that are sought.
Yeah. I mean, the hierarchy is quite clear. I mean, it starts with fresh water at the top and works its way down. And I think both of you make the point that all three need to be sort of implemented pretty much at the same. One doesn't go without the other two, in other words. And I just wonder whether or not that's one of the things that's sort of making it. It's stymie is probably not the right word, but I persistently hear people say that Te Mana o Te Wai has still got a long way to go yet before it gets implemented. It's not just you, but the refrain that I'm hearing keeps saying the same thing, and I'm wondering whether perhaps this might not be a real good opportunity for somebody to be making a bolder statement, I suppose, or really stepping forward, because no one is. They aren't. It just keeps saying the same thing. And I partly expected that out of this plan change. That's one of the things I read into it initially. But I'm not yet hearing it being sort of echoed. Not just here, but throughout the whole hearing. I really appreciate the extent to which you've addressed the issue. The legal counsel, for example, is really. I followed what you were saying, and it was great. But I get to a point. I said, we hit it's not a brick wall, but you come to a stop, and then I'm wondering what the next thing is, and you made the point about horticultural growers understanding what that is, and I wasn't quite sure whether it was a question or you're telling me that's what they.
I'll ask you, Commissioner, was there a question at the end of that?
Yeah. And were you saying that was a question you were putting to horticulturalists?
No. I think, what I hear from growers is that, and many of them, and you'll hear from some growers with us today, have been involved in the tank process for many years, and they have heard from their community and iwi and hapu that there is a vision and value for values for these catchments that are not currently being met, and there is a challenge. And I think that they are, wanting to meet that, understanding that things will need to change. And I suppose what we are talking about is a staged approach so they can adapt and they can innovate within this period of time to use their water more efficiently, to seek different sources of water that have lesser effects, to perhaps change their crop rotation so they have lesser effects, to, so they need some time, but with a clear vision of what is being achieved. And I suppose, to your point you made earlier about whether or not this plan does give effect to mana o te wai, and I suppose, and our position is not fully, but it is on the way to doing that. And I think that there is a change in mindset here, from perhaps how we looked at more of sometimes in previous plans where we looked to sort of balance social and economic outcomes against, environmental ones. I don't think that's what we're doing here. We're saying that water is first, and everything that we are doing is to try and adapt so we can achieve the second and third hierarchy activities within that framework over time. And I suppose, but I guess it depends on your perception. Rootstock survival water is an example which I say in my evidence, I think that the way it does require some water to be taken when the rivers are in low flow. And our argument is that that is still putting the river first, because at this time we are not taking, or the growers are not taking as much as they need or as much as they want, but just the bare minimum so they can continue, to have trees in the good times as well as the bad. And so
Keeping the plants alive.
that's right. So that, we think, is an example of te mana o te wai, but, some other people might not agree.
Thank you.
Just in Commissioners, in the interests of being able to hear from those growers, I note that we have 10 minutes left on our bill, and we are still to hear from the panel.
Yes. We've just got a few more questions, and then we're going to get Mr. Dooney, and then we might bite a little bit into our morning tea time. We're happy to do that.
So I've just got 3 questions. The first one's for Ms. Sturgeon. In her appendix report, Dr. Heidegger's included new proposed maps for phosphorus and nitrogen. And I was just unclear from the joint witness statement whether you supported those new appendices or not.
No, I don't.
You don't?
I support the inclusion of a...
Sorry, can you speak up a wee bit?
I support the inclusion of a dissolved inorganic nitrogen concentration map and a dissolved reactive phosphorus concentration map.
Okay, so it should be DIN and DRP in your view. Thank you. And I have 2 questions for Mr. Ford. And the first one is, sorry, I'm jumping from 10 things to another here. We've got
Creates a few
three
difficulties.
questions. Can I simply, your paragraph 60 and the paragraphs that follow, all that's based on the report that was written for Tasman District Council, is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct, yes.
Secondly was the definition of, or the comment about, if I can take you to your 94, what is a full crop rotation? How would that be? I'm very unclear as to how that would be defined.
I think there is a definition.
Yes.
Suggested by Mr. Ducey. It's basically, as I explained, from year to year, crops that are grown by vegetable production, wax and wane. So I think it's described as an average crop rotation.
Which is very hard for growers that might rotate potatoes, onions, squash, leafy greens, etc.
No, it's not. It's just picking what would be an average mix of those crops.
Over a several year period.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
My final question relates to the proposed definition of a nitrogen budget, because I'm jumping around from 10 different things here, but if I look at the appendix provided by Council, insert definition for, I assume it's a nitrogen budget or a nutrient budget, I'm not sure, means a calculation that compares plant nutrient demand and supply to assist with appropriate nutrient concentrations and nutrient management. The budget can be crop
crop-specific or at a property scale. I don't know what that means in terms of a legal definition in a plan. If I was interpreting the plan, I'd look at a definition like that and say, I don't understand it. Can you be more specific?
Yeah, it's a definition of a nutrient budget, not a nitrogen budget. So where is it, were you referring to in my evidence? Sorry?
It's on the second, back of the last page of your council's evidence.
I am.
Or the council submissions, I should say.
Oh, okay, so it's a nitrogen budget. I think that's just a general definition of a nutrient budget as such. And I think it's talking about supply and demand, if you want to put it in economic terms, and so it's how much is applied versus how much is taken out by the crop.
Okay. And my only other comment is that Schedule 29 is very unpopular with everybody. Be it the new version, the old version, any version. It's been very much commented on.
That's good, because Ms Sands asked me what I thought of the second attempt at it, and I said, well, by far approve of the first.
Nobody likes either version. I think, somebody.
Well, that's correct as well. If you've got a choice.
I think we're going to hear from Mr. Dooney, and unless we had some more questions. Let's see how we go.
Just purely for the interest of time, very simply, I was going to summarise to say that I support the general approach of Plan Change 9, but it could be improved by clarifying several issues. And those bullet points there have been addressed really as you've gone through the experts so far, I think, so I don't probably need to reiterate them. I would like to talk about some of the addendum changes that were made very briefly, and they've been talked about also, but just some important issues to reiterate: the clarification for rootstock survival water. It's a very important point, and that was clarified in the addendum. And I also wanted to talk about, acknowledge the changes made in the addendum report to tank 5 and 6 to include other contaminants, but I also support the opinion of Ms Sturgeon for Policy 21 to retain flexibility with all contaminants to be covered. And I note that the inclusion of the definition of farm, which I support, and the changes to include an average for N-loss under the crop rotation and N-loss assessment, and the definition of crop rotation, which was just talked about before. Really just at that point, would happy to take any questions.
Just one, your paragraph 111 about policy 21. Were you involved in the Waikato Waipa plan change one? Can't recall.
I'm involved now, but I wasn't at the time. I'm involved with Appeal on behalf of Hort NZ.
I think what Hort NZ is seeking there in terms of amendment to that policy is along similar to what was advanced in the Waikato plan change one, and that it's sort of a bit of an unders and overs game. It's okay to possibly have a slight increase in N-loss in a catchment if that means there could be some reductions in other contaminants.
Yes.
In a nutshell, what that's saying?
Yes, although noting this plan doesn't have nitrogen allocation to consider, so it is slightly different.
Okay.
But it would be assessing the sub-catchment to see what the water quality issues are first within that sub-catchment.
Within the sub-catchment?
Yes.
Okay. And those sub-catchments are defined?
No, they're not defined, not in PC, no.
So a sub-catchment could mean
It is something that we did ask for in
Yes.
my evidence, yeah, it's not defined. I think the reference to sub-catchments was recommended to be removed. But I do find that confusing.
Oh, no further questions for the witness.
Well, Dr. Cow is just finding his questions there. This is at 122 of your evidence. It's just regards you support the sinking lid approach. And I was just wondering, you could give me your view of what you think the advantages and disadvantages of the sinking lid approach are.
Clearly the advantages are with the sinking lid approach with actual and reasonable is to, as Ms Sands talked about already today, is to get an idea of what actual usage is over the period of the plan. I think that is an important part of it. I think the disadvantages could be, and it's probably dealt with in other parts of my evidence where I look for more flexibility, where there could be issues with unforeseen use of water that the plan restricts at this point. But overall, as I said in my evidence, I support that as a cornerstone and as a way of achieving the objectives of the plan.
I had a question about the stream depletion calculator, but I can't work out what it is. I know it's been taken out of the definitions in the addendum report and in the original section 42A. Did Port NZ seek its replacement or retention? I'm just not clear because I've got some notes about it, but I can't follow my own notes.
I can't answer that question.
No,
but
we didn't, we were just happy with the inclusion of it, yes.
So I can't follow your paragraph 147 and where that would come into where you're advocating that comes in, please. So you've got it under the definition of actual and reasonable.
yes.
This is on your page 57 of your...
Sorry, were you paragraph 147? Did you say?
Yeah, your paragraph 147.
Yes.
And then it comes in on your page 57 of your report in the changes sought.
Yes, one
So
second.
it's D for takes with an associated minimum flow. Has that
This relates to Ms Holmes'
This
evidence.
yeah, the augmentation.
Yes, so if she could
Yes.
talk to that.
Yeah, so, sorry, what was the question? So how it fits in with it?
Does that come into the is that still
was-
sought in the definition of actual and reasonable?
It's one of the things that I said that it is a minor change, but I do sort of support that it's something that needs to be considered when looking at the actual and reasonable use of a consent. If you're putting in for a new consent, if you looked at how much you might need for the augmentation, had that sitting on your consent so it's clear what you will be using during the augmentation time. So it's not like a separate process, it's clear to everyone where that sits.
Okay, thank you.
answered. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're at 10:42. Timing.
So we do have the growers.
On my list, I've got them at 11 o'clock.
We have a few appendix to Ms Sands' evidence, and we have, I believe, Mr Scott Lawson at 11, but we also have Mr Gareth Holder and Mr Richard Pentreath here to address the panel on sort of the more practical implications. And I'm aware that Mr Scott Lawson has 20 minutes, and my understanding is that he's happy for overflow there. Is that your understanding, Ms Sands? There he is. Just confirming that he's happy with that overflow. He is. So I know that you had a break scheduled. Would you like to hear from one grower before the break and then hear from the remaining in Mr Scott Lawson's slot?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Looks like we're comfortable. Yep.
Excellent. Who would like to go first? I have Gareth or Richard. There we go. So just for reference, if we turn to Ms Sands' evidence, in her Appendix A, right at the end, we have Mr Richard Pentreath, President of Hawke's Bay Fruit Growers Association.
Kia ora koutou.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm here as President of Hawke's Bay Fruit Growers Association and also as a grower myself. The Fruit Growers Association support the Horticulture New Zealand submission. Our primary purpose is to enable and support fruit growing in Hawke's Bay. We've got over 200 paying members and a long history of supporting our members in Hawke's Bay of over 100 years. I'd like to say there's been significant advances in irrigation technology and efficient water use across our sector, and there's a real opportunity for us to continue to improve and become more efficient. The association acknowledge the needs of all other water users and wish to work in harmony with tangata whenua and all other users. A couple of things that are particularly pertinent or important to fruit growers are the ability to change land use. It's not a new thing. For generations, for centuries, farmers of all type have needed the ability to change their crops in response to market and environmental cues. And that's part of being sustainable both environmentally and economically. Secondly, just like to support the request that the mechanism used to determine water take for fruit growing is based not only on historic use, but in some cases calculated use via the IRRICalc tool. There's a real risk that too narrow a view, or basically the tool needs to take into account what the needs might be over an extended period and not just a narrow view. Thank you. That's all I wish to say.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Now, if you're happy to break, we'll hear from Mr Gareth Holder and Mr Scott Lawson after 11.
Right. Let's come back. We're only a few minutes over. We'll come back at 11:05.
11. Thank you very much.
Pentra.
P-E-N-T-R-E-A-T-H. Hello again, Commissioners. Now we have Mr Gareth Holder of Redlock Horticulture Limited, who will address you. His evidence is appendixed to Ms Sands' evidence, and it is the first one in the grower's statements, which will be page 36.
Good morning. Obviously, my name's Gareth Holder. I'm from Redlow Horticulture. We're a small vegetable growing operation based here on the Hiratonga Plains. My wife and I established the business in 2009, and to date we grow around approximately 150 hectares of fresh market leafy green salads for numerous supermarket chains throughout New Zealand. We're also a supplier to McCain's Foods locally here in Hawke's Bay. We also export squash to Japan and Korea. And also, as part of our crop rotation, we use arable crops, including maize and other cereals. I'm also Vice Chair for the Hawke's Bay Vegetable Growers Association. A big thing that I really wanted to talk about is just the personal journey, the challenges that we have in growing here or anywhere, but here in Hawke's Bay, but also the future sustainability of what we do, which includes looking after the land, the soil, and for myself and future generations as well. So some of the things that we implement are around soil sustainability, and we've been involved with numerous programs, including the use of a lot more of minimum tillage, so around reducing soil movement, holding on to nutrients, producing good quality crops, good yields with minimal reduced inputs. That includes water as well. So for us, that's seen significant capital expenditure in irrigation, the form of irrigation, how it's applied, timing, and monitoring of that application as well. So we use a lot of new technology. We're always looking for new technology to try and reduce our inputs. Obviously, that helps our bottom line, but we also are very conscious of the environmental impact of overuse and reducing any chances of nutrient loss and soil sediment loss as well. Alongside that, we've got significant pressure as vegetable producers in Hawke's Bay. The land, we're not growing any more land, so and there's certainly a large amount of urban and lifestyle growth within the Hawke's Bay region. So that's put pressure on us, and also we've seen a very significant increase in land value and also land lease value. And just to point out, we're about 98% of our 150 hectares is leased on the Hawke's Bay area. So as land values have gone up, we've seen our lease values significantly increase, which has meant we've had to focus on producing crops that will actually produce a return for us. So that sees a level of intensification to the way that we farm. By saying that, we've also just got to be mindful that we become more intensive. We've got to be careful that we're not over-farming our land. So ways that we've tried to mitigate that is, obviously, I pointed out, good management of our nutrient and water inputs, but also the integration of a good crop rotation as well. And also, well, it's a default for us is green manure crops as well. So we're looking after our soil. These green crops, I call them a green crop, they're good at capturing nutrients, they're good at holding on to moisture, improving our soil structure, improving our soil organic matter. These are all things that really help us to produce good quality crops, but also looking at the long-term sustainability of farming on the smaller amount of land that we've got available is key for us. We've got, with the significant pressure, it's also forcing us to the outside and onto classes of soil type that we typically haven't ventured to before. But if we want to continue to grow as a business, we want to stay sustainable and profitable, we're actually having to look further afield to grow. And that has put us on to some country that historically has been sheep and beef, or has typically been not so associated with vegetable farming. It also puts pressure on some of the resources that we may use as well, including water. So again, we're very, very conscious about what we've got available, how we use it, and ensuring that we're not depleting a resource. You know, we've been wanting to be very sustainable. Crop rotation is a really important part of it for us. And as I mentioned before, we've got quite an array of crops that we do grow from domestic supply, and we are predominantly a domestic supply. And by I mean domestic is that we supply leafy salad greens, we grow them all year round in Hawke's Bay, but that product will leave, you know, it'll go to Auckland, it goes to Palmerston North to be processed, but by tomorrow morning it's actually back here on our supermarket shelves. There's the turnaround time, the reliance on us to supply, to maintain supply, maintain quality year round is so important, and it's so important to my profitability and survival that we need those resources, and one of those resources is obviously water and irrigation to be able to make it work, especially in the heat of summer. You know, irrigation is such a key part of it. We need the water. We are very conscious that we need to apply it properly and carefully and at the right time, and we've really put a lot of focus into that. We also, as I mentioned before, need to manage the resources that we have, and including our soil and water. So that's where the other crops come into it, and they're all part of creating a rotation to look after the soil health, to reduce our pest and disease loading, but also weed management as well. But it also gives us options to, depending on the seasons that we get, because each year is so different. And, you know, well, we had 3 inches of rain in the last 24 hours, you know, so it does change our mind as to what we do. You know, we're not set any one year as to one crop rotation. You know, it has to change. It has to suit what's ahead of us, what we can see in our crystal ball. So, you know, that's why we have the diversity there. Yeah, so I guess I just really wanted to say, you know, as a grower, we're very focused on being as sustainable and very adaptive. We understand there's changes now, there's going to be changes to the future, but we're very, you know, we want to be adaptable. We're happy to invest in being more compliant and better at what we do, and you know, because we want to be here, you know, for a long time into the future, and for my family as well. So, thank you.
Hey, can I ask, the resource consents you have for irrigation, you don't actually own those, or?
I own one of those. Well, yeah, yes, one of them's in my company name, yeah.
So, given the fact that the majority of the land that you grow crops on is leased, that those consents belong with the owner of the land rather than you, in most cases?
Yeah, in most cases, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're tied to the property.
Just wondering how that relationship works in terms of this plan change, for instance, and how that water is managed when you haven't got your hands on the consent as such.
Typically, as my experience of growing in Hawke's Bay, is that a lot of the landowners are quite standoff in regards to management of the irrigation consents. So they'll lease the land, and it might be for 3 years, it might be for 12 months. And generally those landowners will put that responsibility of managing and running that consent on the actual leasee for that period.
Okay.
And typically that means that the grower is also paying the costs of, you know, and following the rules of that consent.
Right. And in terms of the leased land you use, what's a typical length of time for a lease agreement? Was it vary, or is it?
It does vary, but predominantly for vegetable production, you might see a 3-year term as a common one, but also we're seeing some very short-term leases now as well. And that's just purely because a lot of the landowners don't want to tie up their land to give them options, and certainly at the moment property values are quite high, so some of them are looking at it from a capital gains perspective and selling that property on. Others are seeing opportunities with other primary production and predominantly into fruit production in Hawke's Bay, where there's significant development at the moment, so there's higher returns and leases from that. So yeah, it's very seldom that we can get over 3 to 5 years, because people just don't want to tie their land up.
And in terms of farm plan, or are you with NZ-GAP, or have you?
Yes, we are. Yep.
So, if your leased land is spread out over a wider area, does it all operate under one NZ-GAP plan, or is it? How does that work?
The business and structure of how we undertake our farming is all under one. So the auditing of NZ-GAP by our external auditor is looking at the processes and systems that we have in place. To date, they will look for examples of how we farm and how we undertake our day-to-day operations, how we record what we do. So it's not property specific. There are sections that look at are looking at management on those properties and identifying, but it's
would your properties be spread out over multiple catchments or sub-catchments?
Yes, here we are at the moment. So we have some on the Hiratonga Plains, we have some in the Ahuriri catchment, some in the Tudaikuri catchment. So we do, yeah, we are spread, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one quick question. It's about the point you raised about pressure that you're under, and that pressure is leading to people changing the land use from what might have been stock or other things to veggie growing. Talk to me about that. I mean, what's involved in it, and how long, on average, does it take to change land like that to a vegetable producing unit?
The changes from, say, a pastoral system to a vegetable system, depending on the situation, it can be reasonably quick, within a 12-month time frame. The biggest thing is predominantly around water for irrigation. Yeah. Obviously there's no further allocations being put forward, so allowed. So land that hasn't got access to water for irrigation is dry land farming. So from our perspective, the risk that we take as a business significantly increases, and we will typically shy away from developing or going on to new land like that if we haven't got access to water for irrigation. Yeah.
Do you, I mean, if there are water consents already in place there, what happens to those?
Well, yeah, in regards to a change of condition, well, typically it'll be in communication with the Hawke's Bay Regional Council in that regard to see if it's actually fit for purpose or not, you know, for what we're going to do.
And is there such a thing as a sort of an average size vegetable unit, a production unit, or whatever you want to call it?
Well, that's the big problem we've got, is that, you know, roll back probably 10, 15 years ago, we had probably 10 hectare paddocks that we were working with. Now we're probably between 5 and 7 hectare paddocks. And traditionally what is happening is, and as I mentioned before, the lifestyle encroachment blocks that were 10 hectares are now been broken down into 5 hectare paddocks and sold off. And then we get these little pockets to actually try and farm in. And we've you know, forgive me, we're getting the urban people moving into the rural landscape, and the significant pressure, no different to what's happening in Pukekohe. We've got massive pressure on us. People are looking over the fence. It's eyes are on us all the time. So yeah, it's a real and significant issue for us.
Right. Good, thanks very much.
I had a question for you, perhaps and I think it's been answered in part, and I'm just reflecting on a number of the submissions we've heard during particularly week 2, and we'll hear this week around the business model the different sectors are using and some of the drivers. And we've heard a lot from submitters about responding to labour or labour shortages and changing the way crops are grown and the different varieties that are being used to help with facilitate use of technology and robotics. We've talked about, we've heard a lot about sales potential of different, and I'm picking apples just for the sake of it because I eat them every day, the different varieties of apples that are being grown to meet the markets and changes in consumer attitudes. And we've heard a lot about the costs and reducing costs of inputs, pesticides, herbicides and the like. And you've talked about land suitability, land availability. And it comes to water, and I'm just wanting to understand, outside of the resource consents and then programs like GAP, where does water fit in the business model for the growers? Because it's like land, it's a limited resource. It does come out of the sky, but only so much water comes out of the sky, goes into the land and is available for use. So I just wanted to get a feel for where water fits in the business model moving forward.
It's critical, you know. We will tailor our farming system and the crops we grow around water. And we can only use our historicals to kind of roughly know what Hawke's Bay is and what weather we're going to be delivered this summer. It's no problem today, but come January, February when the heat comes on, what typically happens for us, and it's about knowing our soils, knowing the environment or the microclimate that we're actually growing in, and what crops will actually fit those. And over the years and the trial and error, I guess, we now know what works and what doesn't, and what and what risk profile we're actually dealing with. So yeah, water is everything really in regards to it being a sustainable business here, be it rain or be it irrigation, it's the key, We've got very, very good soils, good fertile soils. We can grow really good quality product, but if we've got no water, we can't do anything, and they die. Or we can't plant, so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much to Gareth. We now have Mr. Scott Lawson. He'll address you briefly. I imagine he might have some thoughts on the questions that you've asked as well. And he's also at the back with Ms. Sands Edmonds.
Is he speaking to his submission or the appendix to Ms. Sands?
I can speak to the appendix. Oh, no.
Oh.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Alden.
Morning, everyone.
Lawson, sorry.
Thank you. Thanks for the chance to speak today to the commissioners. I really appreciate that, and thank you for your time when we're constrained. And just really want to ditto what Gareth has said as well too. I guess I'll take it as my submission, and as the evidence has been read there, I can pull a few points out of that that are quite pertinent and relevant to our discussion today as well, and a few new ones that come up as we go through there. So personally, my background, I was raised on a pip fruit and vegetable production property here. My father started as a land renting, and then we eventually managed to purchase a small property and grew our stuff from there as well too. So I've been the chair of the Vegetable Growers Association for quite some time, and now my focus is actually on wider community interests as well too. I've downsized my own business, and I'm spending more time in volunteering in kind with the wider community and particularly vegetable growing and food production. So I've been involved with the tank discussions right from day one, and prior to that I was heavily involved with the Twyford water issues back in 2010 as well too. So Twyford in particular, the Ropery, was where I grew up, and we had amazing springs and fishing in the streams and the rivers and everything there as well too. So that's my local turf as well. Really, our association is a group of family-owned businesses, and Gareth touched on that before as well too. The only exception to one of our members I could think of that's not a family-owned business is Heinz Waddy in Hastings. They grow some of their own crops to supplement their own factory intake in there. So the rest of us are totally family-owned businesses, albeit many of them are actually quite large in scale now, and they're tending to grow in scale, and many of the smaller growers are getting out, or merging in some way or other. So, and we're seeing land conglomeration and water consent conglomeration, etc., happening with that as well too. So that's really the background of where we're heading to. We have over 200 members in Hawke's Bay, and many of those members are small sheep and beef farmers as well too, that may grow a pea crop in their grass rotations for McCain's. Some are large scale, like Upatu Farms, growing 20-25% of New Zealand's onion production, as are Bostocks as well too. And so we have some big operators and very diverse operators, and all of us are diverse in some way or other, whether it's diverse on farm in our smaller blocks growing different crops, or whether it's in our business units. Bostocks, Brown Rigs, Upatu's, the big people like that, and the medium-sized growers like Gareth and other, they're very diversified in what they do, and they cover a wide range of land, areas, and people and skills are required, and a lot of input. We've seen a real increase in-kind contribution from our growers. They realise they have to get off their farm, out of the businesses, and contribute more to the community discussions of tank, etc. And that leads into water user groups being established in different subcatchments, and sustainability research groups like Landwise as well too, which was started 12 or 15 years ago, one or the other, and that's really helped us manage our limited resources such as water, soils, nutrients, everything more sustainably as well. And that word sustainable is now moving more into the regenerative agricultural side, and you'll see McCain's of late have just made an international announcement that regenerative agriculture, for instance, is going to be the bottom line for it's a minimum bottom line for their businesses internationally. So that's coming across Hawke's Bay as well too. Personally, I'm involved in groups like the Hawke's Bay Future Farming Charitable Trust as well too. So many of us are out there doing good things as part of our community, and we are very focused on food security and growing quality, nutritious food. And some of the notes here that our members have see the availability of this irrigation water that's particularly relevant to talk about here as a privilege, not a right, as we're part of the community needs to use this limited resource wisely. And we don't take that lightly. We're seeing changing times where consumer and community and central government expectations are placing pressure on growers, and we wish to be a part of the solution to managing our water resources here in Hawke's Bay. Some key issues for us have been obviously the quality of the water that we use and the water that leaves our properties as well. And at a subcatchment level, the Vegetable Growers Association are actively involved with our members of in-kind and cash going into research projects all the time through our contributions from grower levies, but also direct contributions locally into projects such as what's coming out of our tile drains, which is a new project just initiating. So we're concerned about what goes on our land, what the water we use going in the land, and what nutrients and sediments and water that runs off the land as well too. So the quantity is a really important part. One is no greater than the other, be it quality or quantity, but as Gareth said, we can't farm without water. And whether that means a small bit of water at a small snapshot in time, or whether it's just the security of knowing we can access that water. Because we have to go to our banks and raise our seasonal finance, and we have to raise capital, etc. as well too. So that's very important to us. The flexibility of various crops, etc. As I mentioned, our members are very diverse in their use. They may be growing salads 1 minute, or onions or squash another minute, and then maize the next minute for their other integrated businesses as well too. And that maize goes out, and it's good crop rotation for us as vegetable growers. It goes out in two ways. We're the largest supplier in Hawke's Bay to the only New Zealand corn chip market, as an instance. So that's all food grade corn that gets used there, and also the stock feed gets used locally as well to the likes of Bostock's chickens and things. So the National Food Supply System was touched on a bit this morning as well too, and we are one and all. We like to call ourselves local growers, but we actually produce food primarily for the New Zealand market, and then the export growth as well too. So our food will go from here to the South Island, and from here to Auckland and Wellington, etc. And a lot of food comes into Hawke's Bay from Pukekohe, Horowhenua, areas like this as well too. And even from the South Island at our off-season time. So we see our food supply system as being a national basis. We talk about being domestic growers. We can grow at a very small sub-catchment level, and the farmers market in Hawke's Bay is based upon that. But that's a limited market for limited growers. The majority of our food production is part of the national food supply. We've got issues that we wish to be part of, pressure such as the MPS coming on us. There's been a lot of grower investment in the NZ gap, and for us as suppliers to supermarkets, we have to be NZ gap certified before they'll take our product. And that's really important to us. So, and we're trying to encourage people that are operating at a smaller scale through the farmers market that they have those same rigorous controls in place, which will then give the consumers more, and the wider community actually more rigorous, that's what I'm looking for, investment, really focus on the good work that we're doing, recognition for that good work we're doing, I should say. Our crop cycles, we talked about those as well too. From a cauliflower grower, crop cycles can be way more than 12 months. It can be a lead-in of 18 months if you start talking about sourcing seed, land rotations before the crop, raising the seedlings, planting the cauliflower out, and then putting a crop back in afterwards as well too. So crop cycles can go from 18 months to a 30-day salad crop as well too. Some growers have the ability to take 2 or 3 crops from the same land area in the same year, but most people are working generally on 1 crop per annum, with the exception of some peas and sweet corn where we may choose to double crop that, or peas and beans across the summertime. But our growers really, as I'd just like to really have that input of saying, we're family-owned businesses and we live and breathe it, and we wish to be part of our community and be part of the solution. Thank you.
So, got any questions? To what extent is crop rotation an essential part of your business? In other words, I know, if you grow potatoes for a year or two, you have to rest the land for a number of years. Does that apply similarly to a number of other crops? So you couldn't grow, say, onions for 5 years in a row on the same block?
It's paramount to our management plans that we put in place, and part of our Global GAP and NZ GAP certification systems is showing your management plan how you're going to mitigate against getting, and we like to say we're proactive rather than reactive. So part of that is saying generally we talk about the same crop 1 in 5 years in the same area. So sometimes you could do a crop for 2 years in a row in the same area, but invariably if you keep doing the same thing, you're going to exaggerate the problems you have with the fungus or disease related to that crop, or for instance weed control for that crop, whether that be mechanical or herbicides or otherwise. You need a crop rotation to be sustainable in your vegetable production. Yeah.
Thank you.
We don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Commissioners, for your time, attention and questions. We really appreciate the engagement. That concludes the case for NZ.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming along.
Thank you very much.
Now, I understand we have Mr. Ordering.
Welcome, Mr. Odering.
Mr. Odering.
Oh, Odering.
Yes.
Sorry, Odering.
Odering, that's right. That's right. Thank you. I've just got a PowerPoint presentation. Is that the... what I use
Excellent.
here, is it?
Oh,
Here we are. Great.
and we've read your submission.
The original submission?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Thanks
I've
very much.
enjoyed- We didn't get very many PowerPoint presentations in our week. We had to sit there quietly listening to everything people said, so it's good seeing some pictures.
Well, I hope you don't fall asleep during it, but what I wanted to do today to the board here, to the commissioners, is to explain to you the uniqueness of the operation that we have here in the Bay, and so
It's
just
a-
if you
it's a
could bear
nursery,
with
as I understand.
It's a nursery.
Trees
yes.
and shrubs?
Trees, shrubs, house plants, perennials, herbs,
Okay.
bedding plants, citrus, a wide variety of crops. This submission actually relates to the water take in the Heretaunga catchment where we operate the Hawke's Bay wholesale from Gimlet's Gravels, Hawke's Bay. My full name is Julian Russell Odering. I'm a fourth generation family business owner, director and property manager of Odering's Nurseries Christchurch Limited. This business was established in 1929, where we operate 2 nurseries and 5 garden centres in Christchurch. That's the operation that we have in Christchurch, and I'm placing it up there because I'll explain something about it later on. But what we're doing there is what we're assimilating up in the Hawke's Bay with the same sort of crops that we grow up there. But being a family business, in a strategic meeting in 2016, the next generation, the 5th generation, expressed a desire to expand the garden centre business further into the North Island, namely Auckland and Wellington, to complement the 2 existing shops in the Hawke's Bay and Palmerston North. Now,
Just on that picture.
Oh, yeah.
When this was first established in 1929, was it all farmland there? Now it's...
It was all farmland, correct.
Now it's surrounded
And
by-
interestingly enough, it's 5 minutes from the city centre.
Yeah.
And it's in the area of Spraydon, Cashmere. And that's all under utilisation. You can see that there's a retail to the top there, and the nursery is at the bottom.
Yep.
You have to excuse me if some of these aren't in order. Oh, it stopped. Oh, here we are. This is Gimlet's, or Hawke's Bay Wholesale, as we call it now. This is a photo that was taken about a year ago, Daniel. I'd like to introduce Daniel, my nephew too, sorry. This is Daniel, he's our operations manager up there, production manager, and also he's overseeing the building. As you can see, it's unique in as far as this work has been done since 2018. You can see Flaxmere, is that Flaxmere at the back there, Daniel? Yep. And so it's very, very close to Napier. And as you can see, it started off with production sheds, some greenhouses, and I'll go through that as we go. Here's some of our container grown product after the rains, of course. These are trees and shrubs that are grown for our North Island branches, and we have the 2 in Havelock North, one in Havelock North rather, which is on the left of the picture, and the other one is in Napier. That's in Pakawai Road. And all those pots that you see there, the blue ones or the aqua ones, are all grown by ourselves. We estimate we're growing 65 to 70% of our own trees and shrubs from some of it's supplied from Christchurch at the moment, but later on it will all be supplied from Hawke's Bay Wholesale. There we are. That's the garden centre in Palmerston North, which was formerly a nursery, and we moved the growing operation from there to Hawke's Bay Wholesale. Before Hawke's Bay Wholesale came along, there's the nursery on the right-hand side, on the left of the picture. You see the nursery there, and that supplied Palmerston North and the rest of our garden centres in the Bay. And on the right-hand side, you see formerly Anderson's Nursery. That was we took that over as well because Havelock North got too small for our purpose, and a lot of the old greenhouses were dilapidated. Then in 2018, this is Gimlet Gravels, which was owned by the world's best little wine company. And we purchased it because of the Bay's sunshine hours, renowned water quality and microclimate that allows a wide variety of plants to thrive in conditions from -3 degrees to 38 degrees, and probably even hotter than that sometimes. The good thing about the Hawke's Bay is it's central to the North Island garden store destinations, meaning a smaller carbon footprint for climate change. My nephew Daniel, who's right here, he's lived in the bay for 20 years in those nurseries supporting the garden centres. Here's some of the greenhouses that were pulled down from Havelock North and Napier, and they've been reinstated in Hawke's Bay Wholesale. He's also got a dog in there, which keeps the place pretty free of rabbits as well, because we get a few rabbits coming through. Largely everything that's grown is grown on pallets, but everything is in containers. Here's more tree and shrub production. Polyanthus, a lot of polyanthus and flowering kale, a lot of ornamental crops. We start this time of year, doing spring growing crops such as ornamentals, such as bedding plants, herbs, perennials, and so on. There's a wide range of product grown that way. And because of our growing experience in the Hawke's Bay, we can pick up employees from a wide horticultural background and still retain our workforce from our older nurseries. Our work colleagues are our greatest asset, and we've got a lot of them that have come with us. We've got a really good team there. As you can see, these reassembled houses were actually put up and stored by the people that we brought from our other places. Oatwings is considered a medium-sized business, with Hawke's Bay Wholesale alone employing 31 full-time staff. Being a labour-intensive industry, that number expands to 56 at peak seasonal times. And importantly, peak times for us, spring and early autumn, mesh well with crop picking in summer and autumn for the fixed-term employees that we employ over that time. Here's where we do our own soil mixing. It's pretty messy, Daniel. Oops, don't look at that too much. Our production shed where we transplant all our growing on lines or smaller plants into larger containers such as packs, punnets, larger pots. And here's some of our shrubs in containers as well. That aqua pot is our own pot, so if you come to our garden centres, you see those are all grown by ourselves in the Hawke's Bay Wholesale. These containers have an open soilless media, and an open soilless media is a bark-based type media, peat as well. We put peat in there to retain moisture. We put the bark in there to add drainage. They all come with their own fertiliser regime, and in my original submission I said that we use controlled release fertilisers, which is an NPK food, which is within a plastic coating which releases to the plant as it needs it. In the winter time when they don't need so much, that pool closes up. In the summertime when the plant needs it more, it opens up. So we try to control as much as we can our nutrient regime, so we get the maximum amount of usage out of the fertiliser without leaching too much. Excuse me a second. But unfortunately, they have fortunately or unfortunately, they have holes to drain excess moisture, which means they need watering more often. But all the water that goes through them gets leached back into the gravels. And of course, Gimblett Gravels Aquifer offers exceptionally good water quality, absolutely essential for ornamental production. Furthermore, lines that are grown are susceptible to waterborne root rots. We use pure water from the aquifer, and for the others we use a reservoir that we put in early in the development of the nursery. There's just a few more on the nursery. Oh, I digress a wee bit. This is actually the nursery in Barrington Street, and I'm just trying to get an idea. Actually, no, that one's not. But the nursery in Barrington Street, this greenhouse here is where we do all our perennial production. That is only 1/3 of the size of the new house that's going in. There's another one of gimlets. Sorry, some of these aren't in order. Sorry, folks. There's houseplants that we're growing as well in Christchurch, but they will be grown in Hawke's Bay as well, at Hawke's Bay Wholesale. Some of our strawberry production, we grow a lot of edible crops, such as, I showed you a picture before of citrus, strawberries, vegetable plants, some fruit trees. We grow a lot of edible crops as well for our customers. Alone, we're growing 70,000 strawberries for the spring sales. Here's some of our vegetable plants, which are very, very popular in the springtime. In fact, all year round, we grow veggies for people's gardens. Here's some of the plug trays that the veggies start in, and before they're pricked out into punnets. here's the greenhouse in Christchurch. Now that house there is 2,200 square metres. When we do the greenhouse that we're doing in Hawke's Bay wholesale, it's going to be 3 times that size. Earlier in the piece, we put this reservoir in. This reservoir holds 2.5 million litres of water, and all the water that runs off the production sheds and some of the other roofs runs straight into that. So we're trying as much as we can to save our water usage. At the moment, we've got a water usage for only 4 litres a second, and that is going to run out very soon. So we've applied to sink a new bore this spring, which will go ahead. We maintain we need double that, at least, of water take coming into the future. So the Hawke's Bay wholesale, there's the new Cravo house that's going up, which is 7,500 square metres. We want to eventually to grow what we grow in Christchurch up here in the North Island in Hawke's Bay wholesale. Of house plants alone, we've got 128 varieties, herbs 76 varieties, citrus 8 varieties, perennials 78 varieties, vegetables and seedlings 43 varieties, and bedding annuals 300 varieties. So we estimate we're going to need that, and that would just about bring it to 3/4 of its completion. It's envisaged when the construction of the nursery is complete, Oderings Hawke's Bay Wholesale will supply all our North Island garden centres and occasionally some of the South Island garden centres like it is now. As I said, currently Hawke's Bay Wholesale has a water consent for bore number 3881 of 4 litres per second from a 150 millimetre well. This bore was drilled in May 2004 and had no meter attached. When we purchased the property in 2018, that bore was about to expire on the 31st of May 2019. So I applied for a consent to drill a 200 millimetre bore this spring. Once drilled, I wish to attach the old water take to the new bore. I have had some discussions with some of the regional council people here, and one of the ladies I spoke to said that there's no way, if you can't prove you are taking 4 litres a second, they want to reduce that flow, and that is unacceptable to us. We just cannot take any less water than what we're taking now, because that bore had no meter, and when we purchased the place, it was about to expire. So we've been sort of caught in limbo a wee bit with that. There's another one of the Cravo house that's going up, just to show you the scope and size of it. Oh, what happened there? Oh, I don't know what's happened there, never mind. I'll bring this up again because just the only records that I have got is what we had in Barrington Street when we had the earthquakes in 2010 in September. The infrastructure damage to the water was so severe. We have a 80 millimetre water pipe which supplies town supply water into the nursery. That was disrupted, so we put an emergency bore in at that time and a 33,000 litre tank. And when the February earthquakes hit, that was the amount of water we were going through in this nursery here. And this nursery is only 3.5 hectares. So we were going through 33,000 litres a day in the summertime in February. We were pumping it from the well into a 33,000 litre tank, and that's this consumption we use. So that's why I say 4 litres a second is virtually not enough for this operation. Excuse me. We maintain we need twice the volume, as I said, because water is the lifeblood of our business. Without it, we can't survive. The plants can't survive, and they'll wither up on the vine, as you know. So Oderings to date has spent over $4 million establishing Hawke's Bay Wholesale on the site, and we're fully committed to growing it on that site. I'd like to thank you for hearing my submission on this. It's really appreciated being offered to talk here today.
Thank you, Mr. Odering. We'll see if we've got any questions.
One question around, you mentioned in your written discussion here about the Gimlet Gravels Aquifer offers exceptional good water quality, which is essential for your operation.
Correct.
How are you defining good water quality? I mean,
Oh, good question.
Because I mean, we talk about contaminated water or water rich in nutrients as not being good, but I presume that would be an advantage.
What I actually mean by that is because of the uniqueness of our operation, we grow a lot of annuals, tender annuals that are susceptible to root rots. And that reservoir that we have there, that is used for watering trees and shrubs and bigger plants which are less susceptible, but the pure water underneath is used for our seedlings, which are very susceptible at a young stage to Pythium, Phytophthora, Rhizoctonius, Sclerotinia, all those sort of waterborne sort of diseases and that's why we use the bore water for watering our tender seedlings and the reservoir water for watering our larger trees and shrubs, which are less susceptible.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does, thank you. No questions, thanks.
I just had a couple of questions. You've mentioned how the property you've taken over doesn't have a meter. Didn't have a meter. Does it have a meter now?
No, it doesn't, because the thing is, it was about to expire the year after we got it.
Yes.
And the advice that we were given is that, apply for a new well and it'll go on the new well. And because being the new guys on the block, of course, we only just heard about the tank hearings just as we took the place on. So, no, it didn't have it was put in 2004, the old bore, and it didn't have a meter on it then. And, yeah, we're quite happy to meter the new bore, but
okay.
it feels to me like we've been sort of a bit caught out with that, that's all.
This is probably a more question for the council, just around, you've heard Mr. Odering in terms of, I'm assuming you're wanting 8 litres a second, that's twice as much.
Well, I sort of envisage that based on the knowledge and the experience we've had when we've run out of water in our own other places.
Yeah, so I suppose we'd be interested to know how that fits or doesn't fit with the actual reasonable as we've currently got before us that we're considering. Just a question. Thank you, Mr. Odering. We don't have any more further questions, but thank you very much.
Is that all? Okay, thank you very much for hearing me again.
And thank you for the presentation, that made it really clear.
Thank you for not going to sleep.
We're wide awake.
Good on you.
Okay. We've got a short break and then we're back at 12:20 for irrigation services. Adrian Mannering at 12:20.
Are you ready?
Unless you're here already?
With the Mangone Catchment Group.
Oh, okay. Well, let's have it. I'll just check in with Nicola. Where are we up to? I've got 12:20 irrigation services and 12:40 Whitewater New Zealand. Okay. And sorry, and you gentlemen were with?
Mangone Catchment Group.
We don't have them on the schedule. I'm not quite interested yet, but.
Were you expecting to do a presentation this morning?
Yes.
Well, we're here and you're here.
Why not?
Do we have a submission number?
239.
239, was it?
Is it? That's the old one. It's the same one.
No, I don't think that's it.
239, yeah.
It is 239.
Yeah.
Penny and John Reynolds.
239.
Yeah.
Aye.
Mangaone Catchment Group.
Yep.
Oh, Mangaone.
Mm. They were supposed to come, I think, a week or so ago.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's fine. Well, sorry about the misunderstanding, miscommunication.
That's all right.
We've got your submission in front of us. Now, how did you want to present to us? It was going to be a bit of a tag team, or?
Well, I think we just want to introduce ourselves and talk about our catchment and talk about our submission.
Right.
And then I've got my colleagues to help me out if there's any questions.
Okay, thank you.
But do you need 5 minutes to just read through our submission?
We've already read through all the submissions.
Yeah.
There's a couple of thousand of them, but it took us a little while. So as you're speaking, it'll remind us about the submissions. That'll be great. If you do a little bit of a summary for us.
Okay, so my name's Richard Beetham. I'm the chairperson of the Mangone River Catchment Group. Today we've got committee members Callum Thompson, who's a third generation farmer from Pātaka,
and also an agricultural contractor in the district, and Ben Absalom, who's a 4th generation sheep and beef farmer at Risington. The Mangoni Catchment Group is a newly formed group covering around 22,000 hectares, just to the northwest of Napier. I'm going to briefly outline our purpose of our catchment group as a bit of a background. The primary objective of the society is to champion environmental continuous improvement across the catchment and influence behavioural change to align with this objective. We also wanted to work with the Hawke's Bay Regional Council Tank project, which is set out to deliver sustainable outcomes through a management framework that demonstrates economic growth and environmental integrity for our members. The purposes of the society also were to include to encourage farmers to develop, adopt and share new and innovative technology, ideas, farm management practices and reporting that will lead to improved sustainability, water and air quality and farm profitability amongst the members. So that was our initial, that's our rules for our members and what they sort of sign up when they become part of our group. So where are we at as a catchment group? As I said, we're newly formed and we have a good support from the majority of our landowners. That being said, it has been a challenging time for many of our landowners in our catchment with time and financial pressure, issues created by 3 autumn droughts, a TB outbreak and COVID. For some of our farmers, they've been dealing with these issues all at the same time and it has been extremely stressful. This in some respects has impacted our momentum as a group. However, in recent times we've made positive inroads towards our objectives. So the catchment is on a journey. We started off wanting to manage our own destiny, to know our data and to make changes based on evidence. This has not changed. The group is made up of landowners with diverse operations and systems. We have dairy farmers, regenerative farmers, beef and lamb finishing, stud breeders, feed efficiency testing operator, forestry, and all with different personalities and opinions. We're a small version of Tank, all trying to move in a positive direction. The Mangoni Catchment Group has had good support from the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, and recently we've initiated a data sharing between the council and the catchment through a secure system. This is a test bed where we can use high resolution mapping system to collect data for pest control within the catchment to aid a coordinated approach. This will be a great asset in our fight against TB within the catchment. This is an example of how our catchment can work with the Regional Council and also could be the methodology to implement Schedule 30. The Mangoni Catchment Group aims to know our baseline environmental data, prove and promote our position with live data. And a high-resolution platform such as MyEnviro will be the key to managing live data in this space. To know our position, the catchment needs to know the baseline data for the current state of the river. It is our intention to have an accurate real-time data set. And to do this, the Mangoni Catchment has recently established a relationship with Eco Detection, who are willing to sponsor to install a water monitoring system. A member of our catchment group has also contributed substantial funding to help us monitor the river. This monitoring system, although not installed yet, but we're hoping in the very near future, will take up to 4 measurements per day, enabling a better understanding of the river and an evidence approach to land use management. This will be the key tool to achieve our catchment objective of continuous improvement. With our diverse range of farming operations and forestry, we're in a unique position as a test bed for a catchment-wide analysis of farming operations, including environmental and financial data. This has been recognised by the Hawke's Bay Future Farming Charitable Trust, who have seen the benefits of our society and have been willing to co-submit to MPI on a funding application. This process is continuing. They can see that the catchment has the potential to be an excellent field lab for studies such as soil carbon sequestration, regenerative agriculture versus traditional, benefits of riparian planting, and Farmax performance analysis, for examples. The catchment is also now part of a national-wide forum headed by Jim Sinner from the Cawthorn Institute, studying the social and community benefits of catchment groups. So tank changes. We operate on a volunteer basis and have limited time resource to allocate to this process. And such, we're focused specifically on our points raised in our submission, and we do wish to discuss Schedule 30, land use change, water takes and sediment loss. These are key issues for our group. Our submission requested support for catchment collectives within TANK, and we are pleased to see catchment governments supported in Plan Change 9, specifically Schedule 30. Schedule 30. The catchment aim is to have a catchment scale farm environmental plan on one high resolution platform. In general, we support for the most part Schedule 30, however we have concerns around resource and funding the objectives as a group. This was highlighted in our submission that although we agree with catchment governance, catchment group governance, it should not be a cheap administrative fix with some complex issues. As we stated in our submission, catchments will need support for securing information and administration support. Work needs to be completed to understand the cost and staffing requirements to achieve the objectives of Schedule 30. Stock exclusion. It is our understanding that Plan Change 9 amended changes that stock exclusion policy 22 has been deleted and that our submission relief has been met. Water take. We understand that the changes within Appendix 1A of the amended changes for Plan Change 9, for water takes in particular, ensures properties can take water for reasonable domestic needs and stock water within the prescribed limits. This will also meet our relief sought as per our submission for surface water takes. Land use change. Our submission sought the deletion of the limitation for 10% land use change. Now it appears to be a change in land use over more than 10 hectares. For the majority of farms in our catchment, this is a small percentage of their land and seems an arbitrary figure. The Mangoni Catchment Group is concerned that the regulatory requirements will be inefficient, inflexible, and possibly expensive. An example of this is that after 3 autumn droughts in a row, farmers are already changing policies to meet the changing environment. There must be more flexibility in the system. The documentation seems unclear regarding controlled and discretionary restricted land use change and what the implications are for the catchment management for land use change as detailed in Schedule 30. We need it detailed in more layman terms, specifically page 41 and 42, Tank 5 and 6 of recommended changes of Plan Change 9. Sediment management. This is a priority for our catchment, and we champion the majority of POL Tank 20. However, we have some concerns regarding regulating cultivation. High elevation farmers in our catchment rely on winter forage crops, such as kale and swedes, which are eaten in situ. What does regulating in the plan actually entail? We need more detail or direction on where to find this information. Our last item from our submission is monitoring. Our request was for Hawke's Bay Regional Council to work with the catchment groups to develop monitoring systems and programs. Specifically, we will need financial support to help with items such as high resolution monitoring systems. Finally, we look forward to fostering a strong working and collaborative approach with Hawke's Bay Regional Council and continuing the journey as a catchment to be a positive contributor of TANK. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See if we've got any questions.
Thank you for that. You talked about eco-detection. So is that some sort of proprietary sort of monitoring device?
There's various companies out there that are putting forward software for automated water monitoring systems, and that's one that we've been in contact with.
So you're looking to progress that, or is this just a sort of possible option?
No, they've come to the party and I said, well, we'll put up $67,000 worth and install a sensor for you, because they see the benefits, and that's just one sensor. So we're really trying to find sponsorship currently for another sensor, so one at the top of the river and one at the bottom, and then we can compare the difference. There is other companies, but it's such a new technology space that it's quite often it's hard to when companies promise one thing and then delivery is different. You've got to sometimes it's so new that they're trying to catch up to.
And what would the sensors be monitoring?
Well, pathogens and nutrients and clarity, and we're trying to get the all singing and dancing one.
Sounds like it.
And that 67,000 buys us about 6 months worth of data, and then the second 6 months we've funded through another source.
Okay.
So yeah, we're not necessarily we don't necessarily want to own the machine. We just want to purchase the data because the technology is changing so fast. We don't want to pour a whole lot of money into owning an asset which is going to be outdated in 6 months' time. So that's why we just really want to buy the data.
If comparably at the moment, the council are testing once a month on our river. So today's a prime example. We're on the back of an extended dry autumn. Comparably, the council mightn't be out there for another 3 weeks to test. If we're having testing going on 4 times a day, we'll be able to really micromanage our river a hell of a lot better with cause and effect, and we'll have the ability within our 20,000, 22,000 hectares to know rainfalls at different parts of the catchment, so we can really start to understand all the different components, whether it be forestry, sheep and beef, dairy, all the cause and effects of something's going on within our catchment. And I think that's, from a council perspective, hugely valuable and also for us farmers to start to micromanage what's going on.
Thank you. How much of we've got the map here in your submission, and it's got 22,500 hectares, but is that all of that land is within the catchment group?
Yes,
Catchment
yes.
group, is it? Okay, thank you.
And can I ask a similar question? Presumably it's the Mangone's the stream that comes in on the left bank near Dartmoor of the Tutukuri.
Yes.
So is it the whole catchment or is it the upper catchment where the catchment group operates? I can't tell from your map.
It's most of the river of the Mangone all the way down to the Tutukuri.
To where it meets the Tutukuri.
To where it meets, yeah.
So
There's obviously, there's a few little farmers that, might not be part of our catchment group, but, we're hoping.
Some farms flow into other
Yeah,
catchments as
yeah.
well, so there's a bit of, they will be picked up in other catchment groups.
So it wouldn't include the very bottom end of the catchment where you've got the grape growers and so forth, where it comes down out of the hills there, or?
On the right-hand side, the Yules, they are a part of the catchment group. They haven't got vineyards. The farm further north from that has got some vineyards in it. They are included in it. And we're at the bottom end on the northern side of the catchment, which is the Brisington station. So yes, we do come right to the bottom end.
So what would be the altitude range within the catchment broadly, and what would be the variation in rainfall from top to bottom, if you like?
It'd be sea level to probably 2,500 feet, and probably goes from, what's the rainfall down here?
Oh, we're about 1,000 at Brisington.
Probably to
annually.
1,800. Yeah. It does include the 3 main tributaries right at the top as well.
Okay, thank you.
My other question I had, and it might be a difficult one to answer, you'd said, talk about Cyclone Bowler, and there have been, as a result of that, significant erosion up in the upper catchment. And I just wonder if you're aware of whether there were high sediment loads pre-Bowler. The name of the river suggests that it's a sandy river.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if that's a natural phenomenon exacerbated by the cyclone.
Well, there is a photo in that submission, and you can see that the cliffs there.
Yes.
That's at the bottom of my farm. That particular photo, and on my particular farm, there's been 2 generations of farmers who've fenced off all the gorges and planted all the creeks. So, to answer your question, no, I can't answer if it what happened before Cyclone Bowler, but I do know that there was a lot of fencing went on afterwards to help protect the river, and the catchment does have a river which is generally fenced off. I mean, there's tributaries and more riparian planting we can do, which is part of our continuous improvement.
Yeah.
But for the majority, for instance, example, my farm, there's 60 hectares of gorge, which is all fenced off, and it's been like that for a long time.
So it has always been an issue. So there's been, 2 generations before us that have, put a lot of work into it as well. A lot of work with the catchment board, with planting, space planting, recognising areas that need taking out for production forestry, and then retiring land, riparian planting. So we're talking about sort of tweaking really, as opposed to, like, a lot of grunt work has been done in the past.
Thank you. Did you have any questions?
How long is this river?
I'll come back to you. I could do a Google Earth quickly, but
Must be about 25 k's.
25 Ks?
About 25 K, yeah. And I take it that you have to be a farmer to belong to the group, right?
no.
Anybody can.
Associated members,
Okay.
lifestyle members.
We've actually, interestingly enough, got family groups from Auckland and Wellington that have become members because they feel that that's part of their heritage.
All right.
So yeah, it's quite interesting, a wide ranging of people
Yeah.
have felt part of it.
Forestry is strongly involved as well.
And the group pretty much funds itself.
Correct, at the moment.
At the moment, we the members pay subs, so that can run the administration of the group, but that's only enough to basically administer the group. It's not enough to run projects. So we seek other funding for project work.
And dumb question, but how well do you think you're doing in caring for the river?
Well, I think, I think we're in the actual river condition is actually pretty good compared to other rivers, but that doesn't mean we can't get better. And I think that is because we've had generations of farmers doing the right thing. So as a catchment group, we can see the benefits of our past and what our past farmers have done, but we want to take it to the next level and work more collectively to analyse what happens on farm, see the effects in the river, and then make changes based on real data. So if you can see that I'm cropping this paddock and I've done a soil map and I know what the soil is, and then I can see that I shouldn't be cropping that flat paddock near the river or on the top terrace, because I've now measured the paddock scale soil mapping, and then I can make a proper decision about what I put in that paddock, and that should be reflected in what we see in the river. But without that real data, we can't make those on-farm management decisions on land use. So that's why we want to learn about the river, measure the data, own the data, and then make management decisions based on real evidence.
The other component I'd add to that is that seems to be today we're using a lot of models to create the data that, we're making decisions based off. What we believe where we as farmers can add real value is actually adding real-time numbers that go in the bottom of these data sets, which allows people in your position to make better decisions based off a community, big picture, long-term effect. And I think, what we're finding today is that there's changes are happening real time so quickly, and it's not necessarily based off what I would call good data. It's based off models that are not necessarily that accurate, and I think that's the scary part for us as farmers. So we're really keen to work on trying to get real-time data that can go into the baseline of these models, which is going to help make better decisions.
Thank you. I don't think we had any further, we might have a further question.
Just, what's the underlying base rock in the catchment? Is it mostly mudstone or sandstone? Is it overlying old marine deposits?
Yeah, we call it a sandstone.
Yeah, it's a sandstone. It does range right from the top to the bottom, though. So there's 18 different soil types on my farm.
Okay, but you've got some almost papa-looking stuff in that photo. Is that,
yeah, it is.
So that'll be old mudstone.
Correct.
Underlying it.
Yep.
So the gullies in the catchment are quite deeply incised.
Yes.
Yep.
Right through the whole catchment.
Very narrow and deep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, we'll look forward to flying over the property on Friday, so don't shoot us. We're on official business. Some of the areas we've been asked to go and visit, but there's no roads there, and and we don't want to bother people with sorting out fences and gates and things, so we'll be flying past on Saturday. Give us a wave.
We could give you a couple of spots to drop in
Or
for
Friday,
a coffee,
sorry,
if
Friday.
a coffee if you do really want to. More than welcome.
Thank you very much for the offer. Hey, thanks very much for coming in.
Okay, thanks for hearing us.
Mr. Aldering, I did have a question for you that I didn't ask you, and I wouldn't mind. It'd probably only take you a few seconds. It was just about how you're doing the watering at the nurseries here in Hawke's Bay at the moment. Are they overhead water?
It's mostly hand watering, and there is, and that's one thing it's on my submission, but I left out, and that is because of the amount of plant trees that we're growing. We're going to be putting whisker dripper in there once the nursery's finished. But a lot of it is, most of it is hand watering at the moment, and also some sprinkler irrigation.
Saw those, yeah. Okay, thank you. That was all.
Thanks.
Okay. Let's stretch our legs, eh? So this is submission number 218, irrigation services. And
But we've
we've
also
been
got a
given
today
a copy of the
presentation.
submission here. Just bring up your original submission as well. Our panel's been laughing. We've been trying this thing to be paperless, whatever that is. And one of the some of the disadvantages is one trying to find things, because it does rely on you filing things in the places they're supposed to, but we end up with piles of paper anyway. So we're thinking we might have to set up a program where we plant some trees. Each day of hearing requires 10 trees to be planted on it. Welcome, Mr. Mannering. That's okay. That's not even one tree.
I'm Adrian Mannering of Irrigation Services, a family-owned and operated business. My wife, Rose, and I completed a Bachelor of Hort Science and Agricultural Science and Engineering at Massey.
Did you both do it together?
Yes.
And that's how you met?
Correct. Yeah. Irrigation Services specialised in orchard and vineyard irrigation systems to horticulture since 1995. We've also completed a number of civil community wastewater schemes, Mahia, Foxton, Shannon and others on a design-build basis. Irrigation Services Orchards, separate again, operates 92 hectares effective of orchard on the Hiratonga Plains in Tukituk, Lawn Road, St George's Road and Waipatu. I'm also on the board of Pickhawks Bay. It's a labour cooperative for small to medium non-corporate growers. Our orchards are we've initiated stream and waterway plantings with the Tukituk Plan Change 6 Farm Environmental Management Plan. We've also planted the Auhau stream which runs through our St George's Road orchard. As well as that, we have IS dam lining. It's been operating since 2011. We're a medium-sized installer of HDPE lining in New Zealand for storage and containment ponds. We carry out lining of farm dairy effluent ponds from Southland to the Waikato. Our farm dairy effluent accreditation enables us to calculate the pond size where required. We also install liner on numerous water storage dams in the Marlborough area as a subcontractor. In Hawke's Bay, we operate as a subcontractor or main contractor and can often be involved with the storage calculation. We currently employ 44 permanent and up to 90 seasonal staff in the peak. Our experience comes from engineering and a grower base, not a hydraulical base.
Mr. Mannering, just as a matter of clarification, just want to clarify who the submission's on behalf of. So we've currently got Irrigation Services Orchard, which is the Irrigation Services Orchards Limited, is that right? The 92
Yes.
hectares of?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
But the whole lot's what is Mannering Family Trust.
Oh, okay.
Here. All the companies. The specific areas I wish to comment on are point 52 BCG on pages 31 and 32 and 56 CG pages 34. I support the framework of Plan Change 9, reflecting a staged approach to improving the management of the tank catchment freshwater resources. Adding to that, orcharding has a significant risk inherent with the growing cycle, in particular hail, frost, water stress and labour in the current season and going forward. Having a number of geographically spread growing areas has been utilised by larger growers to mitigate risk. The inherent risk is even greater for smaller growers and their staff. Surety of water is yet another major risk. Water strategies to mitigate climate risk are key. Irrigation Services supports the phase out of over allocation, Plan Change 9.52 E and G. Presently, all our growers have either targeted micro-sprinkler irrigation on conventional grown trees or targeted micro-sprinkler or drip irrigation on newly 2D intensive plantings. All the vineyard irrigation is drip irrigation. These systems have a uniformity of application of 85% or greater. We have not seen a travelling irrigator or shift pipe system for many years. Current control systems are very precise with alarm and fault recording in real time. Water use is very efficient with little wastage or chance for error. When faults or breaks occur, growers are notified via an app on their phone. In general, the irrigation efficiency in fixed crop systems is very good and has been good for a number of years. Actual reasonable use based on maximum annual amount used in the preceding 10 years is acceptable, and or IRRICALC gives adequate security to the grower in the short term, but is needed in conjunction with a flexible approach to management. Just of interest, the Dairy NZ model for calculating FDE pond storage size is based on the 30-year climate data. A 10-year maximum figure may not give certainty to mitigate risk. Where possible, I support basing the maximum annual water use in 1 year over the longest period of time depending on data sets available. Going forward, environmental and community is first and foremost, point 52 E and G. Reducing over allocation and developing flexible approaches to management and use of allocatable water will be key. We acknowledge the importance of flushing flows for freshwater environment. Now, for the smaller grower, the use of allocatable water within a management zone and user group may be key. Storage for smaller growers is difficult to the footprint. See attachment. There's a footprint of what you would require for a 12-hectare orchard to mitigate risk over a 40-day shutdown period. So you see the size of the dam is 90 metre by 90 metre. So it's basically taking out at least a hectare of your orchard. For the larger grass, storage is an option for climate resilience. A good example of this in practice can be seen in Marlborough. In the last 5 years, ISDM Lining has completed 26 larger storage ponds in Marlborough, on an average of size of 72 megalitre. You see some shots of those, a typical sort of dam. Compare this to Hawke's Bay's, in the last 20 years, a total of 7 ponds in total installed for horticultural purposes. Obviously, they were not all ISDM Lining jobs since we only started in 2011. Question, have any studies been done on the quality of the water flow at flows above 20 cube per second? Is it suitable to be taken for storage? We support the council carrying out further investigation as stated in point 57, while recognising the beneficial effects of water storage and augmentation schemes. The high flow take criteria is key to filling the storage ponds for climate resilience. From an engineering perspective, if the high flow take is set too high, the take can become non-viable due to water quality and infrastructure reasons, i.e. high river flushing flow rates. Setting of high flow take rates vary depending on the catchment, which the hydrologists are expert at, but do need to seriously consider engineering aspects. We note Tank 13 supports the construction of dams for the off-peak water storage and note the building consent is required above 4 metres in height.
And you've got some images at the back. You want to just explain those to us?
Yeah, so that's just some typical dams in the Marlborough region so the Pyramid Dam 1, and they're both dams of about 70 megalitre, which is probably equivalent at having managing a shutdown period for a 80 or 90 hectare vineyard. Yeah. And then there's the other two figures are just the stages of construction, before lining and after lining. So it's just information for you. Yeah, yep.
In terms of your comments there about high flow takes and your concerns about water quality, is that specifically at the sediment, high sediment levels?
Yes, yeah.
Right. And infrastructure, I guess, you need more gruntier infrastructure if you're trying to take during floods, but what about likes of gallery intakes and things like that?
Yeah, and gallery intakes are, they will need work every maybe half dozen years, or depending on how the river behaves, and also if it's mobile gear or it's even the mobile gear, there'll be some infrastructure in the creek which is vulnerable as well, so it needs to be movable.
The gallery intakes relatively common on these Hawke's Bay?
They're very common in Marlborough, not so common here.
Is there any reason for that?
The expertise, so there's some good gallery builders in Marlborough. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
They are quite technically challenging. Yeah.
Why would someone want to line these? I mean, I'm assuming there are ponds out there that aren't lined?
Yes.
Yeah.
A good question. As the water becomes more valuable, you line it and it guarantees that value. So so depending on the value of the crop, generally this is how the grower approaches it. So a farmer may not line, as he say, I'm only using it for stock water. But from the other one is, or there's a good example for farm dairy effluent, to get the equivalent sealing ability as a HDPE liner, you need a metre of very good clay.
Really?
And it needs to be engineered correctly to get the equivalent amount of seal. Yeah. So hence, all the dairy farm effluent ponds, they can be clay lined, but 95% of them would be HDPE lined to guarantee that they're not going to get leachate. And likewise with water storage, yes, if you've got a valuable crop and you don't want to lose it, well, if I HDPE line, I've done the job to the best of ability.
And do you manufacture the lining yourself?
No,
You don't?
the liner is all imported. Yeah.
Is it made locally in New Zealand or?
No, there's a number of factories around the world.
Okay.
Yeah. The liner is very common in landfillers. That we do a number of landfill sites, and same again that you can guarantee the sealing ability and the engineering of it, and that's why the civil engineers love it, you know, and underneath the landfill. Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Henry.
Okay.
We have Kev England, Whitewater, New Zealand. Oh, very good.
He's on Zoom, isn't he?
Submission number 237.
I think yes, this is a fellow who's on Zoom.
They were in my mind and I think they're
We're 4 minutes early.
one is for groundwater region. Yeah. They bought 148 hectare dairy and they didn't see any bloody ponds. It's just crazy. And so he had to take all the stuff out of the seal. Even then I understand it didn't work, was that he did a poor job. I know the holes. Yeah, I know. It's just a cow. The real reason ready to proceed with the project, couldn't get water in. So hasn't Genesis spent a fortune on canals, relining those? Yeah, oh yes, yeah, yes. Has it been, Dave?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. We're almost at 2 o'clock. Do we have Mr. Brownlee? Hi there. Welcome. If you're ready, we're happy to hear you.
Do I sit here?
Yes, you can sit there. We've read your submission, but happy for you to make a summary, or you may have a presentation of something for us.
I was just going to go into a little bit more detail on the submission, not a lot, but yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So thanks for giving us the opportunity to speak. The submission. In conjunction with Horde NZ, I put this submission in, and I just want to go over what my block is, and this actually says it in here as well, and just a couple of other points to make as well. It's just our horticultural operations in Bayview, which is in the Hariri zone, and we're on the main road, 820 and 541, and also run a lease block, and this comprises of stone fruit, which is cherries, apricots, nectarines, peaches and plums, and then we also grow some apples and pears. And then when the land's not in orchard, we'll crop sweet corn and pumpkins. So just to give you a bit of a background on that. And it's generally we don't keep it in bare land, we want to develop it into orchard. So, and we've been in the growing business for 3 generations, my family has, and I personally have been growing orcharding and crops for 42 years and want to continue for another 30 years. So, I mean, I propose to be in this game for as long as I can, as long as my health will allow that, and then pass the business on that is sustainable in the future as well. Yeah. We supply the New Zealand market mainly, as well as some export, but over time I think export's really important because the New Zealand market's only really small, so that will be the future for us. We employ, it said we originally had 3 permanent staff, but we have 2 permanent staff now, and then we employ 30 seasonal staff as well, and where we're at, we think the plan change 9 may affect our business, and that we may not be able to get enough water for our irrigation to grow the crops, and we need this water available to be from a model that is consistent with the needs of the crop we're growing. So, and it's not modelled on our past water use. So I just make that quite clear. If we conserve our water as much as we can, and we don't want to be penalised for lack of use of water down the track when we actually need the water, and we really need it. Therefore, the water allocation should be modelled for the crop growing. So we, at this present point in time, we're developing our orchards. We're pulling some old trees out and putting them into 2D systems, which is intensifying our land a lot more. So the water requirement may become greater because we do think that we'll probably double our production off the same area. And why we're doing this is to become sustainable into the future. The old systems are not sustainable with our new labour, cost of labour, and the whole inflationary thing that we're going to be going through in the short term. And then, as growers, we're audited through the New Zealand GAP and Global GAP system, and this satisfies our customers for our food, so to show that our food is safe, and all links in the chain are monitored and audited. We also have add-ons like GRASP, which is a requirement for supermarkets to check out our social practices. So in that thinking, farm plans should be an add-on to the New Zealand GAP and Global GAP system, therefore being more efficient and being under a national audited system. And just to wrap up, this is horticulture. Horticulture is very important to New Zealand. It feeds our people and other nations' people their nutrient requirements, and also creates employment, which contributes sustainably to our economy. We encourage a practical approach to the proposed plan change to the Hawke's Bay Regional Council's Resource Plan Change 9 for the Tukituka, Hariri, Narraroa, Karamu catchments that is sustainable for all stakeholders, so good things grow here.
Thank you, Mr. Brownlee. See if we've got any questions. Mr. Brownlee, your source of water, what is that? Where is that from?
Oh, it comes from bore water?
Bore water. And is it metered?
Yeah, yes it is.
And how long do you have records for? Metered records?
Since the last consenting process, which I think was about 5 years ago.
5 years.
And you see, we've been through some dry periods in, say, 2011, so I don't think we've got enough records going back to understand our proper use, our proper requirement.
Thank you.
So during that time, your greatest water use would have been last summer?
Yes.
And would that be much higher than the other seasons which you've had your bore monitored? Sorry, your bore metered, I should say.
Yeah, it is. So really, I suppose the last time it was really dry, was 2011, and was 1983, which is going back quite a way. But we try not to use as much water as we try to be very efficient with our water usage. But what we're finding is now, normally going into a harvest season, 10 days before, particularly with stone fruit, is a big requirement for water. So really, it's when the variety's due to be picked, that's when the requirement for water is greatest. But we're finding now that we're having to water in the off-season to sustain the trees going into the next year. So we mainly harvest between November and January, which is, generally we get enough water, but now we're actually having to water in the January-February period to keep the trees sustainable for the following year.
I just had a couple of questions. You were saying about looking at currently pulling out some of the trees, intensifying the planting. Is this for apples, or is this across all the varieties of fruit?
Across all the varieties. We believe it's the way we all stay in business. With the big old trees now, you can't efficiently get people to prune them or pick them. Where now 2D is going more into platform harvesting, and then the robotics won't be too far away from picking.
And so that responds to the labour shortages. And we had a presentation that gave us some quite good detail about particularly apples from Mr. Apple, talking about different types of varieties, smaller root ball, requiring a little bit of water but more often. And I just wondered whether that particular model is responding to labour, but in my mind it doesn't seem to respond to availability of water, because it requires more water.
Yeah, sorry, I probably didn't explain that well enough. Is that we're putting a lot more trees in per hectare, and we're moving the row spacings right up. So we're getting, there's a lot more volume of trees in the ground. So we should double our production of that. So our photosynthetic area becomes a lot greater. And so you have more utilisation of resources at that point.
hence a higher requirement for water.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I think that's terribly important going forward for the sustainability of our businesses.
Thank you. We didn't have any other questions. Thanks for coming along.
No, thank you very much.
Mr. John Parsons. Sorry, Nicola, was that a nod or a?
No, that was
Okay. And did we have Brian McLeay? It's not for 240.
Tom Kay's just walked in from Forest.
Oh, sorry.
Who's this?
Mr. Parsons, submission 49. Afternoon, Mr. Parsons. Get yourself all set up. We're just going to bring up your submission on our. Here we go. Right. Welcome, Mr. Parsons. I'm happy for you to make your submission to us. We've read your submission. Happy for you to pick out any particular points you want to refer us to, and particularly as they relate to your orchards that you're looking after.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm an owner-operator down a small street, St Andrews Road in Havelock North, and I've been there for over 30 years. I've got a block I own down there of 2 hectares, and then lease another 5 blocks of approximately the same size. So I've amalgamated and run it as a 1 unit, and you'd call them lifestyle blocks. And I've redeveloped and planted them all in modern apple trees as the time arises, or as the variety ceases to be marketable. I guess one of the things over all the years is that I've appreciated the ability in the regional council to go in and discuss and work out how to make things work, because nothing's ever necessarily straightforward, and there are a lot of individual circumstances, and that's certainly apparent in latter years down St Andrews Road, where lifestylers own the property now, and so I've got to be pretty cognizant of them. Of them having lifestyle enjoyment while running an orchard and spraying, and well, this is irrigation, but spraying is a good example of the noise and the spray and things. So you've got, and then like these consents are generally held by the landowners, and they know nothing about the water. They aren't really interested. So I've got to do all that work for them, and so again, with the regional council, it's been helpful just to ring them up and chat and figure out how to manage the situation. And latterly, it's been operating, putting the irrigation systems into running under 4.5 litres per second, and therefore minimising the compliance costs in regards to meters and that sort of thing, which is, and I've worked around that. So, yeah, it just so that you could, working within the framework and the requirements, but that not having a strict system where you have to do a lot of compliance to achieve the same result. Maybe it's in the view of having a global consent, a mini global consent type thing. And certainly that seems to be an overarching thing. I'm next to the Karamu stream, so aware that that's probably, you know, the Karamu has a lot of, you know, lower flows, and so I'm very much aware that people are wanting to look after the stream, but that's not an easy thing as well. As you know, I've watched plantings that have been done, washed away in the flood, or not looked after, and they just die. So you know, it's not an easy fix. Another example is that I irrigate, or let me phrase another, that there's some discussion that if you don't use your irrigation consent or allowance and you're not proving that you're using it, then you'll lose it. Now I've got a situation where I irrigate one of the landlord's properties off another, because that's the economical way to do it with one pump and one system, but the council have allowed me to put a pipe underneath, the irrigation pipe underneath the road, and that's the best way to irrigate. If I'm to give up that lease, then does that landowner lose the ability to irrigate their orchard? And if they lose that ability because they haven't used their own water, then you know, they've got to rip the orchard out, which is you know, not a healthy thing. Yeah, because there's a lot of pressure for the land use change down St Andrews Road to change into residential or, you know, non-productive, non-food producing area, should I say. So that's another example of where with the regional council I've had, you know, worked out it works well. The augmentation of the water for the Karamu stream, I reckon that's a really interesting thing, and be quite happy to see, you know, that makes sense to do something along those lines to keep the flow going. And then we've got, we know that we've got a availability of water when we need it, when it's crucial to the crop in any given year. So that augmentation and how you go about it, it's not my, I'm not sure, but, you know, a deep well or dams or whatever. But that seems a sensible outcome. The use of Irrical, I've found that useful. And with the systems I've got, I'm not using the full Irrical allowance. Well, on one of the blocks, I do, the other 5 I don't, and that's just sort of more modern irrigation drip line that I've put in. The replacement of trees. So again, with one block, I've got old trees with deep roots, and I don't really have to irrigate them at all because they're old, big, established trees. The new methods of planting are dwarfing rootstock, shallower rooting, and they need the water to produce because you're after higher quality fruit. So if I'm not using much water on that block and come to redevelop it, and I haven't been using the allocation I've been given, again, I'm confined about how to use that ground for a new variety of apples, which you couldn't, I couldn't do without irrigation nowadays. So I'd need to increase the water I use. But it's well within the consented amount. There's no argument there. I think the real thing is that the smaller blocks around the Heretaunga Plains are under a lot of pressure to be able to keep the food production going on those smaller blocks. And this water, availability of water is just another thing that's going to see the demise of them. And I'd like to see that the ability to be able to access water and use water to continue. I've been a member of the Fruit Growers Association all my time and served on the committee, and it's just been such a big thing for us to preserve the productive land on the Heretaunga Plains. And then just in closing, really like to see a workable outcome. Things do have to change, accept that, but to be workable, because you still have to work the land and you still have to get things. You still need water to produce your product, your fruit. So that's how I'd like to just finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parsons. We'll see if we've got any questions.
Sorry, in total, how many, sorry, excuse me. So in total, how many bores have you got on the various properties that you have, Mr. Parsons?
One per property, one per lease
So
block.
there's what, half a dozen of them?
Six, yep.
Six.
Yep.
And most of them are under the 5 litres a second or 100 cubes a day, are they?
Approximately half are, but there's all but one are set up for greater than 4.5. So whilst I have a permit to use more, I don't, than 4.5. Because they were 20-year consents, they were running on an old water allocation.
What's the irrigation method for them? I know it's apples, you said, are they all apples? Is it apples across all of them?
All apples.
How are they irrigated at present?
Well,
you mentioned the old stock.
When I went there, it was with 3-inch pipes.
Okay.
And then converted to mini sprinklers.
Okay.
And so one block's mini sprinklers, and all the rest are now drip line.
Do you have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Parsons.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Brian McLean. We've raced ahead of our schedule, sorry about that. We have down here Tom Kay from Forest and Burdens. Okay, then we're going to have Tom Kay's here. He is? Is Mr. Kay here? No, I'm getting a notice. Okay. Oh, we've got about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes before our next submitter. schedule, which is an unusual thing. So happy to hear you when you're ready. Don't think that you need to rush on our part.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you for hearing me today. I guess I'd like to just start out by making quite clear that the views I present today are my own personal views, not the views of my employer. So I just make that.
I'm sorry, who's your employer?
I work part-time at EIT.
Oh, okay.
In many spaces. I have a history in valuing and consultancy, farming, orcharding, cropping. I'm a long-time Twyford resident and a director in Twyford Cooperative Company. And as you've already heard, I teach in the education, I'm in the education space. I guess for me, and I've looked at a number of the issues, and I guess a lot of the technical stuff you'll be dealing with through a whole lot of expert witnesses. But for me, I guess I just wanted to raise a few issues around water quality, and for me, what we're talking about is more about water quality and creating a sustainable environment for our aquatic life, and not just about volumes. Which is what this debate, or certainly a lot of this debate, seems to be about, how much water and where it goes. There are a number of, I guess, environmental issues around sustainability, and these include things like purity, temperature, and areas such as dissolved oxygen. Our aquatic life don't get concerned whether our waterways are flowing at 250 litres a second or 350 litres a second. Their concern is the environment there that they can live in and that they can breed in. Many of our aquatic life species that we deal with in our rivers and waterways currently quite easily survive in our many lakes, such as Lake Taupo. So the true measure of our water system's health is not just about flow rates. As I say, there's all these other measures. So I guess I'm keen for any decisions that are made by the panel to leave our current low flow levels in place and encourage all of us as parties to this to continue to sit around the table and create innovative outcomes, not roadblocks to improving the collective benefit of our region. So I'm really keen, and a lot of what I do is about working together for collective and collaborative solutions. I find this whole environment where we sit down and actually, I guess, at opposing views, challenging. It's not certainly how I like to do things. I like to certainly see collaboration. And I guess I like to see us also use a whole lot of innovative solutions. Now, there are a number out there, and I guess I can case the example of the augmentation site in Twyford, which happens to sit on family land, which was under my care when it was introduced, and I've been a significant part in the introduction of that augmentation site. Any decision, I guess, imposed on global restrictions on water should, in my view, be careful not to create a huge economic carnage to our area or our region, which is unrecoverable. If we're to remain sustainable as a region and prosperous, we need reliable water. We as an industry or a region have seen unprecedented growth in our region through horticultural industries, and a lot of that has been based around the reliable water. And any decision that may be made to take away that reliability, I see as having a significant negative impact. We as farmers and horticulturalists are exceedingly resilient. We have to be. We're at nature's whim every day. It rains, we get frost, we get hail, we get drought. But we equally as investors make decisions around risk mitigation. We can spray our trees and we can tile drain. We can put in wind machines and we can insure our crops. We can select crops that are based around the soil type. And we can and have chosen to invest based on reliable water. This region is envied throughout the world because of its fertile soils, its temperate climate and its secure water. Please don't take away or reduce our water. We as industries have invested millions in our businesses based on these factors. Removal of these key ingredients will tip the balance. We as growers invest amounts of up to in excess of $1,700 per hectare per year to grow our crops. And we do this on the basis we will get that money back and hopefully a profit over and above that. In most years, our water is needed as an essential way of helping us achieve this return. And in some years, the water that we are allocated and is available is unlikely to be enough currently to severely reduce any income balance. I asked the panel, would you personally invest, like many of us in the industry, in excess of $1 million in a year in a business, unless you had a high chance of getting that money back, plus some potential profit? It is like you going to work every day of the year, hoping your employer will pay you at the end of the year. The model has been long since made. We don't now want to and cannot afford to play the game with a new set of dice and a new set of odds. Without our business, there will not be the jobs. In my small business, when I had it, I employed 6 permanent staff and up to 50 casual staff. Businesses like mine are now few and far between under this current model. Our industry is not easy. In addition to all of the growing concerns, we're influenced by not only local but world supply and demand issues, exchange rates, interest rates, wage rates, and availability of staff. In some crops like apples, we don't receive full income or returns till nearly 18 months after we started meeting the expenses on that crop. Some would have you believe we all make excessive profits. In some years, profits are great, but this is not always the case. In some years, they can be devastating losses. We as growers are optimistic, believing that next year will be better or better than the last. We can only pick ourselves up after those devastating years when we know that the key elements are covered: soil, water and sun. We as a region have seen firsthand the impact of closures of one business, Wakatu, in 1986, which saw 1,500 jobs lost. The decisions you make here today or in this process could have 10 times the impact on our region if water is not guaranteed. Water is the lifeblood of our region. It may return. So I'm a passionate member of our community and I wish to see it continue to be prosperous and economic. If placing restrictions are to be made, then I believe they should be evenly distributed amongst all benefactors, not just the primary industry. And I guess I see for here that, and ask you to please leave our region in a healthy state, keep it away from economic ruin, and don't provide a legacy where this process will be remembered adversely for generations to come. Thank you.
You made a comment earlier at the start of your presentation about sustainable aquatic life, and you made a reference to Lake Taupo, which I didn't quite get, and I'm wondering if you can explain that.
There's quite reasonable aquatic life on Lake Taupo. There is no 100 litres per second flowing in and out and past the fish life in Lake Taupo at any one point. So my point was really, when we look at flows, it's actually about the temperature, it's about the water quality, and it's about things like depth and whatever. Now that's not necessarily reflective of the flow of the water past a point at any time. No. So our lakes don't have flowing water at 1,500 litres per second, or like in the Narrow River, or 300 litres per second, like in the Raupari.
Just on that same point, in week one of these hearings, we were at Ngangaro Marae, and we were shown images and video footage of the local streams that had dried up, and we saw fish that were dead in those streams, including eels. So I wasn't quite sure what the Lake Taupō analogy meant, because we've seen examples locally here in the Hawke's Bay where fish are dead in the former bed of streams. So it seemed to me that that's a practical example of water quantity being actually a really important issue.
I don't disagree with that, although I guess it's more about limits, and or if those streams and waterways had areas where the fish could move to and survive, they may not have died. I see the augmentation as another way of actually ensuring that there is sufficient water, but I don't necessarily see a measuring stick where we have to have a certain amount of litres go past a point at all day, every day, throughout the whole of a given year or a period in the summer. We need to create an environment within the water system which will enable that aquatic life to survive. And I totally agree with you that zero or even a very, very minimal level is not acceptable, but there are ways that we can modify our systems to ensure that there is sufficient water for that aquatic life to survive.
Have I got it right that you're suggesting, these are my words, a demand-led approach where users use as much water they need to be economically viable, not environmentally sustainable, economically viable, and then also you find a place which could sustain fish life somewhere else? That's what I'm hearing. I just want to be clear that.
I think it'd be fair to say that I guess what I'm saying is, and I believe there's a balance between the economics and the environment, and so yes, in respect to that, there is a ground somewhere that I don't think we should turn the tap off on the economic sector. Equally, I don't believe we should be taking negative steps. So I'm not proposing that more water goes at all. In fact, I think there is, as I say, there is some middle ground, but there are things that we can do to enhance our whole system. That can be things like, in events like we've got at the moment, using the aquifer recharge system to use surplus water to make sure our aquifer is fully recharged. It could be placing in weirs or small water structures that actually create an increased depth of water in a water system to enable that aquatic life to survive while still having a flow going past it, not necessarily at the flow that is defined in the mandates that are proposed. Okay. So I guess what I'm saying is that I don't want to see decisions that are made that don't allow an opportunity for creativity and innovativeness to actually allow us to get and maintain and preserve our environment. I don't want to turn. I believe that the agriculture and horticultural sector have to be mindful of the water they use. There's no doubt about that, but equally when business decisions have already been made, it's really, really hard to turn the clock back and change that and not have a huge significant impact on this region.
Yeah, I'm just, thanks for those comments, because I was, that makes sense to me in my mind, because earlier what you were describing to me is a crisis management approach where you would go until something happens, there's no water.
No.
Collapse, the industry collapses, and then you start again. So
far from it. I mean, I sit very, I'm quite supportive of a very strong environmental approach, and I guess my view is really that we need to just step back and say, what other avenues can we take? And I've just put two off to the side views. I feel that a lot of time and energy of some really, really clever people is being used and utilised in fighting or debating the process rather than actually in going towards creating innovative solutions. And so I value the collaborative team approach, kicking the tyres, looking at what's going on, looking at whether there are things, as I say, the augmentation in its first instance was a challenge to everyone. It's shown that a lot can be done. My question is whether we need to have the Raupo stream, for argument's sake, operate at 300 litres per second all day, every day, or can we operate it at 200 litres a second for 12 or 14 hours of the day and ensure that it's brought up to the full 300 litres a second. The aquatic life is still maintained, the water system is still maintained, and we've preserved its drainage requirements, all of the things that need to be. So it's a matter of wearing all the hats, getting in the room and collectively finding solutions, rather than an approach where we sit there and say, we've sat down and talked about it, yes, that's fine, but now we would like to potentially consider that that's not good enough and we want to just sit out here until you move to that point. I'm not being critical of the people who are making the decisions. They're doing just what I'm doing and acting in the best interest of the people around. I'm also trying to wear a hat of acting in the best interest of the people that I used to employ, the people who live in Flaxmere, but equally the people who I work with that have huge businesses and tens of millions of dollars invested, that without some form of surety of carrying on, won't continue to invest and or may not survive. And so it's this whole balance of economic and environment, and we are moving at a huge pace. And this is probably one of the challenges. We're moving from a situation where we're exceedingly, I guess there's this perception that the rural community has been very, very poor on our environment. And there's an element of definite truth in that. But if I walk the water systems in our part of the area, the urban dwellers have had as much of an effect on polluting our waterways, more of an effect actually of polluting our waterways than our farming and orcharding people. So it's everyone has a part to play. We have to collectively all change our views, wear a hat that says, hey, what can we do? Not what can everyone else do. What can we do? What can I do to actually make this a better environment?
I think you've answered my question, but sorry, Mr. Wright, I actually cut in across you, so I'm going to pass it back to you.
No, you've done it. You've said it all. Thank you.
No.
That's all our questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Tom Kay from Forest and Bird. Welcome. Yes. We've got I just want to be clear, we've just got a little bit of an issue. So we've got your summary here. We've previously received your evidence, and we've got submissions from legal counsel. But I don't think we've seen these before. Were you just wanting to just provide these to us, or because we haven't had a read of these?
Yeah, no. So, well, my understanding was the legal submission is to be presented. So legal counsel is joining me. I think whoever's on the Zoom link. And my understanding was we were requested in the minute to bring a summary of our evidence. Therefore, that is what that 3-page summary is.
That's okay. We had requested in our previous minutes that legal submissions provided to us 24 hours beforehand, just so we could read them before so we're just prepared with any questions that we might have. So we've just received these.
That is fine. I'll have to apologise on behalf of legal counsel.
That's okay. These situations happen, so we're all about solution focus. I'm just wondering, because we're just a little bit ahead of time, we're supposed to be at 3 o'clock, and I'm just wondering if you just give us 10 minutes, we'll have a read of this, and then we'll be all ready to go as we've scheduled.
Yep.
How's that sound?
That sounds good.
That's great. Thank you.
Cool.
So we'll have a quick read.
This is 41B relates to consent hearings, not plan hearings, which is we should ask the comments on those by what's the date?
So I guess I'll just, hopefully Peter can hear us there, but I'll just introduce myself. I'm Tom Kay. I work for Forest and Bird. I've obviously provided some expert evidence and there's a summary of that which you have in front of you. I have the slightly awkward position that I've provided expert evidence, but my name is also to the submission. Obviously that's me as the contact person for the submission, being in that role for this region. And then we've got our legal sub from Legal Counsel, Peter Anderson, who can hopefully hear us and is on the screen there. Can you hear us, Peter?
I can hear you.
Excellent.
Let's do a test. Test 1, 2. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. That's good. Test it.
So maybe I'll defer to Peter, but Peter, just for context, we've just had hopefully the legal sub read through and potentially the summary of evidence. Whether it's worth requesting Peter go through some of those points or whether you just want to ask questions in the first instance, I'll leave it up to you.
Yeah, so what we've done with submitters, if they had legal submissions, asked for them 24 hours beforehand, just so we could have a read of it, and then asked legal counsel for each of the parties to give us a summary or particularly point out the points that they think are particularly important they want us to note. Obviously you want to note all of the things that you've prepared, of course, but certainly those things you want to highlight for us, we're happy to do that, and then we'll hear from experts and then ask questions. So that's how we're normally going. So we've had a chance to have a read of the legal submissions. So I'll leave it in your hands in terms of how you wanted to present this part.
Sure. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you nice and loud.
Great. So apologies for the not providing the legal submissions in advance. You probably understand we had the water conservation order hearing last week, which took out most of the week. So that the weekend's work was getting the submissions done. So that's that just is what it is. So I apologise for that. But here we are. So what I think I'll do is I'll just work through the key points. We haven't got time to go through and blow by blow. So in relation to matters that I don't speak to now, I rely on the legal submission that's put up and the original submission and to set out for us the best position. The first point I want to make is around the decision about excluding the expert evidence from Ngāti Kahungunu. I think that decision was wrong. And I've set out the reasons for that in the legal submission. The requirement to provide submissions 10 days in advance of the hearing didn't comply with Section 41B, and the evidence was provided more than 5 working days before the hearing, which is what Section 41B requires. So to classify that evidence as late is incorrect. It might have been late pursuant to your directions, but in terms of what the law requires, that expert evidence was not late. On that basis, there's no ground to it. Even if it was late, simply saying evidence is late, therefore it is inadmissible, isn't the correct approach under the Evidence Act to deal with evidence. There's a presumption that evidence is admissible, and if it's relevant, so a blanket decision to exclude relevant evidence based on failing to meet a timetable is not the correct approach to.
Could I get your view on that? And I'd appreciate it. We'd clearly set out the timetable for when we expected evidence to be presented, and we were told by a number of parties that they required extra time, and so we gave an extension, and we indicated we were happy to do an extension, but we weren't going to receive any late evidence after that date, and then we've received late evidence after that date. That time wasn't allocated to anybody else to present evidence 5 working days before the hearing, and I acknowledge that in terms of that time frame, but that's what we'd set out very clearly in our minute in terms of the procedures that we were going to follow. So I just wanted your view in regards to that. So we've been clear about what our time expectations for the receipt of evidence, but that doesn't apply to everybody.
I'm not sure when you're finishing. Just there's a bit of a lag on this one.
Sorry, there's a bit of lag there. Sorry, I appreciate that.
Yes, no, please, I wasn't intending to be rude or interrupt you, but in order to answer that question, I understand you clearly set out those timetables.
Yes.
The requirement in the Act is 5 working days, so you can't direct evidence be presented more than 5 working days before the hearing, because that's what Section 41B. And if you did, and someone provides it within the 5 working days, then they've complied with the legal requirement in terms of the direction you give. I mean, I understand the point you're making, but the second point I'd make is that simply by virtue of being late, does not make evidence inadmissible. And that you need to make an assessment as to how to deal with any prejudice that arises from it.
Yes,
But a
that's
simple decision that evidence that is late is inadmissible is not a correct legal approach.
But 41B relates to consent hearings, doesn't it? It talks about the
And-
applicant and submitters, and we can determine our own procedures. That's always been the case. Those
But you can't.
Those are
Yes, but
simply
you can't.
those are simply minimum standards.
Yes, and those minimum standards have been complied with.
Yeah, and that's your point you're making. Okay.
That's my point. I just think it's as a matter. I mean, particularly the nature of the evidence being cultural evidence. I think that it is really unfortunate to exclude that evidence. But because the ruling you've made is a ruling of admissibility, which is a particular legal ruling, and it wasn't a matter of weight or anything like that. You made a ruling that evidence could not be heard, and that is a problem in terms of what the requirements in relation to considering evidence are.
Yeah. Well, thanks for those comments. We'll probably take some further advice on that, but if you'd like to carry on, that'd be great.
Sure. So the next issue I'd like to address is the question of the scope of the ability to make changes, particularly in relation to the requirement to give effect to the NPSFM.
Yes.
And so my submission is that the obligation on the panel is to give effect to the NPSFM 2020 as far as possible within the scope of submissions. So the situation is that the 2017 NPSFM no longer exists. So there can be no ability to give effect to the 2017 NPSFM because it's not a legal document anymore. The requirement is to give effect to the NPSFM 2020, and that is bound by the obligations of scope. So obviously, if there are questions of scope and whether the changes are within or without of scope, that is a different legal inquiry that needs to be made. But in relation to that, the question of what the obligation on the panel is, give effect to the NPSFM 2020 as far as possible from the scope of submissions. There are a number of broad submissions that if there's any doubt about whether relief sought is within scope, then I think the circumstances of this demand are kind of a relatively permissive approach to dealing with scope, given the broad nature of submissions. The scenario, which is the NPSFM coming in mid.
I'm just interested in your view in regards to the scope issue, because it's something we've asked each of the legal counsel in terms of their views on it, and I don't think you could say we've had a range of views, diverse views. They've all been quite similar, but with different nuances. But probably the one that I'm most interested in getting your view on was we had legal counsel from Low Corporation who took a very, I'll call it a pedantic view, in that the scope of the submissions in regards to implementation of the National Policy Statement 2020 had to be quite specific in the submissions, like the specific relief sought, rather than a general term like implement the NPSFM 2020. It had to be quite specific to the policies and quite specific about the relief sought. So I just wanted to see what your view is on it. I think I've got your view from your submissions, but just if you can articulate that further.
I think that the absence of a particular reference to particular words, but you approach this in the way you normally address the question of scope. What does the submission say? What's reasonably and fairly within the scope of that submission? And then what, if you adopt that line, as your cross-check, is anyone likely to be negatively affected by not having the opportunity to comment on that particular matter? So I think if you adopt that approach, then the fact that this is a big hearing, there are lots of submitters, like the question of unfairly prejudicing particular parties in relation to this, everyone will have had the opportunity to come along and express their views on the NPSFM 2020. So questions of prejudice, I don't think particularly arise in relation to this. So just approaching the scope of submissions in the normal way. If there's a submission that seeks the giving effect to the MPSFM 2020, and we've got a rough idea what that might be in terms of ecosystem health, Te Mana Otuai, and those kind of things. And I don't think there's any issue with implementing that in the way that you would, and it doesn't have to have been specifically set out in the original submission.
Hey, thank you for that.
I guess I'm nervous about running Tom out of time, so I do just bear with me for a moment. I'm reasonably happy to have most of the balance of the submissions taken as read.
Oh, sorry, I was probably being selfish. Those were the two important questions that were in my mind. I wasn't thinking about my other panel members, but in terms of your submissions, I'm sorted now.
To be fair, those were the issues that were in my mind as being important issues, from a legal perspective to deal with as well. So I think I do just want to briefly address the Te Mana Otuai and the obligation that imposes as a consequence of the 2020 MPSFM, and the kind of reshaping of what Te Mana Otuai is with respect to the ecological health as the most important thing, and so I guess bearing that in mind, that when we go about dealing with this plan, then we need to implement Te Mana Otuai. So we need to look after the ecological health of the water bodies first, then the people, and then the economics. And I think that is the way that we have to do it at the moment now, as a consequence of the MPSFM. And there are some parts of Tank which don't do that properly. And I think I've referenced one of the objectives, which talks about upholding and recognising Te Mana Otuai. Now, that's not the language that we have to use now in relation to Te Mana Otuai with respect to the MPSFM. It's a higher level obligation than that. That's kind of the key point I want to make about that. And I noticed that I've taken up 15 of our 20 minutes. So unless there's any other particular issues that the panel wants to raise, I'm happy to pass over to Tom. Sure.
Yeah, we've just got one more question for you, and then we'll move to Mr. Kane.
So have you got a copy of the National Policy Statement handy? Have you got a copy of the MPS 2020 handy?
I can just get it now.
So what I will ask is, in terms of subpart 1 and sections 3.2 and 3.4, it says every regional council must engage with communities and tangata whenua to determine how Te Mana Whai applies to water bodies and freshwater ecosystems in the region. And 3.4 says must actively involve tangata whenua in decision-making processes, including identifying the local approach. Now that talks about a region-wide approach, not a sub-region-wide approach. Do you have any comment on those matters?
So what? Just I haven't managed to open the document, but I think I can answer that question without doing so. So I think what I agree totally that giving effect to the specific process in the MPSFM, which is about the process of making plans and consultation, and that cannot be done in the context of this plan change. So this plan change cannot fully implement the MPSFM because there are process aspects of the MPSFM which, as a consequence of timing, cannot. They're just not met as a consequence of timing. So, so yes, I agree with you insofar as that there are those things have to be dealt with, and they have to be dealt with in the context of the upcoming plan changes, which are there for 2020. What the kind of the flip side of that is that where there is a provision or in the plan which isn't dependent on that community process and can be implemented in accordance with the MPSFM 2020, that should be what happens.
And my other question relates to Objective Tank 16, which you've been critical about, and says it's got it round the wrong way. That's not the way I read it. It says ground and surface water, and I'm looking at the latest version in the addendum report. Ground and surface
So bear with
water
me
in
for a
the
moment and I'll get that.
Well, let me read to you the starters. Ground and surface
Yep.
water in the tank catchment is allocated subject to limits, targets and flow regimes which provide for the values of each water body in the following priority order. So it says subject to limits, targets and flow regimes which provide for the values of each water body. Doesn't that give priority to, give priority to the first limb of the objective of the MPS?
So, yeah, that's not brilliantly drafted because the in the following priority order is slightly confused. But if you're saying that provide for the values of each water body is effectively the first limb of Te Mana o Te Wai, then I would agree with that. What I would say is that some more clarity as to what is meant by the values of each water body would be helpful. So a clear link into the ecological values or the tier 1 Te Mana o Te Wai, and then a drafting attempt to make sure that that is clear would be helpful. But yes, to answer your question, if that is what the intention of that provision is, I agree with you. But I think there's some drafting improvements that could be made.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Kay.
I'm not sure if you had a chance to read through my summary of evidence or not.
No, we just did the legal ones.
Yep, that's all right. Is it worth me going through that very quickly and then just taking any questions that you have?
Yes, because we've read your evidence and I'm sure we've got some questions for you.
So, I mean, essentially, Forest and Bird submission requests, I guess, a greater focus on some protections for habitat quality and natural character, given their status in the NPS. And my evidence introduces a potential way of capturing that and some protections for that through the use of the natural character index or the habitat quality index, which in essence is basically just taking a water body in its current state and measuring in future any changes to that water body. So, for instance, looking at the equivalent of Google aerial imagery from 2015, comparing it to imagery now, and looking at things like the active channel width, the braiding index, that kind of stuff, and making a ratio score basically in the difference in those characteristics. So essentially, you get the river might have narrowed by a certain number of metres, and that might represent a 10% change in the value of that variable, and therefore, say a 10% reduction or a 10% increase or whatever. I will allow you to just read through the summary of evidence in your own time, but I do provide an evidence a picture on the front page that shows kind of what high natural character and high habitat quality looks like in a reach of the Naruroro, and what low natural character and low habitat quality kind of looks like channelized river. Very little in the way of habitat provision and diversity. The way I propose capturing this in the tank plan change is to introduce something essentially into the schedules accompanied by direction in the objectives, and I can't speak exactly to the planning part of those, but essentially putting some limits and targets into the attribute tables for the water bodies that say, well, we will kind of monitor these things that are in Schedule 26, and we will insert a value in there that says actually if we will aim to keep the natural character index, therefore basically the channel width, the sinuosity, the braiding index, those kind of things are at or above the levels that they are at now, with some allowance for a bit of natural variability, which may change those variables slightly. So I basically had proposed a value of 0.85, so essentially allowing for sort of a 15% variation in the water bodies, which would capture hopefully natural variation, which is based on a suggestion from Professor Russell Death at Massey University, but also on some analysis that was done for the Naruroro River in the Water Conservation Order case, which is quite a braided river responds a lot to change and floods and things like that. So that was deemed to be a reasonable level of change to capture. And by putting that into Schedule 26, you basically require that council monitor those things and keep track of any change in natural character and habitat quality over time. And that would occur kind of on a 5-yearly basis, as you would do for any of your other variables. You know, when you're measuring, say, MCI and looking at trends, you're doing it based on a 5-year trend. And then in more specific circumstances, you would have people applying for resource consents, say to build a culvert or a bridge or do some in-stream channel works, and you would essentially put on the conditions of that resource consent a requirement that they undertake an analysis, a habitat quality index analysis based on the species that are expected to be found in that reach, measuring things before they start their work, measuring things after their work, and showing that they have actually maintained the habitat quality in those reaches. And it's not a crazy suggestion or anything. There are a few documents which I refer to in my evidence, but basically guidelines saying, look, this is the steps you go through if you're going to do that assessment. This is what you'd need to do. This is how you would prove that. And council could just measure against those values in Schedule 26. So I realise we've probably used up all the time, so I'll leave that to you to read the summary, and you've obviously got my evidence, you've got our legal submission, and if there are any questions, we can take them. Otherwise, we can leave it there.
I've been holding up the time I had to go and question, but I'll better pass it on to you.
I've got just a few questions. Mr. Kay, can I just take you to your paragraph 57 of your evidence in chief?
Sorry, 57?
57?
You can. Give me a second. Yes.
So you start that paragraph saying, I consider the natural character habitat quality index can be incorporated into PC9 to help achieve policy requirements by, and then you go to Roman numeral 3, requiring significant activity with a potential impact on natural character or habitat quality to include blah, blah, blah. So can you give me some examples of what you consider to be significant activities?
So the most obvious that comes to mind is flood control and anything captured under a flood control scheme or management plan. So often they are provided for under the plan, or they might be consented individually, but things like gravel extraction, which could be as part of flood control or could be an activity in and of itself that's consented, things like willow planting.
So are those activities covered under PC9?
My understanding is, that's a good question. I probably would have to defer to a planner on that.
I'm not sure they are.
They're section 13 RMA consents. The plan change 9 is dealing with section 14 and 15 RMA consents. It's not dealing with activities in the beds of rivers, which is section 13.
Okay, I can.
So I was struggling with your evidence to see the relevance of. I'm not going to get into the merits of the NCI or the Habitat Quality Index, but I just questioning its relevance and applying it to say Schedule 26 of Plan Change 9. When I couldn't see any link back to particular rules and policies that PC9 deals with specifically.
Yeah, I guess that's a question for someone else to answer in terms of where it fits into the planning framework. In terms of the ecological integrity of the tank water bodies, habitat and natural character is key to all those things. So water quality and water quantity and quality are generally focused on. The physical habitat itself and the condition of the river and the bed is not often focused on. The Wellington Natural Resources Plan had originally some proposals around physical habitat and things like that in similar sorts of tables to the tank tables. It was captured as a component of ecosystem health under the NPS. Therefore, kind of that's the basis that it's presented on. But in terms of those questions specifically that you've got there, I'm probably not the one to speak to those.
Just a couple of minor ones. Paragraph 58. you refer to 62 Roman numeral 2, and in 64 you refer to 62
Yes,
Roman numeral 3. Can you just,
apologies. They should be, they should be referring to the previous paragraph above.
57?
Yes, 57.
And just one question. You, paragraph 45 and elsewhere, but so you refer to a number of papers there by Death and others. I don't know what the NDA, NDB.
They are the
mean?
dates, so no date referenced in my references at the end of the document. That's just so you know which of the reports you should be looking at.
So are they scientifically peer-reviewed papers?
Not all of those are published, no, and there's explicit acknowledgement of that in the references to my evidence. The one that is published is the 2021 paper, which is also in my references, starting with Fuller, so that's a recent publication, 2020 publication around the Natural Character Index and its use in New Zealand and overseas.
Thank you. So I'm not sure whether you said it explicitly in your evidence, but has any of those two indices been used in other regional plans that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of, no, they haven't been used in plans. They have been proposed, well, I shouldn't say proposed, they were requested for use in the Wellington Natural Resources Plan. They haven't come through. I don't say that in that they were dismissed as being, they weren't dismissed as being, my understanding is they were dismissed based on the fact that they weren't considered what was referred to as integrated indicators of ecosystem health, because they were about the physical condition of the river. Now, I think that's an issue that's up for dispute. The Wellington Plan was trying to focus on things like macroinvertebrates, fish, and water quality. The NPS shows that actually we need to focus our ecosystem health on 5 key biophysical components, which includes physical habitat. So they didn't make it through into the Wellington Plan, but they were requested there. They are being used in river management, so in the Horizons region, in the Greater Wellington region, they haven't yet made their way into a plan.
So council are using them as monitoring tools?
For river management, yes, and to inform their flood protection works and things like that. Particularly when you consider that rivers like the, so in the Horizons region, the Rangitike, which is sort of semi-braided character, not dissimilar to the Naruroro, has a water conservation order on it. There's been significant constriction of those braided reaches of that river, so there's a desire from the council to figure out what the impact of their activity on that river has been and how to get it kind of back. And with the Wellington rivers like the Hutt, the Otaki, that have kind of wandering within gravel beds that have been confined, again wanting to figure out how to get some of that natural character condition kind of back and move away from engineering-based responses to flood management to giving the river, what's referred to as giving the river room to move or room for the river.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Ryder's already actually asked my question.
Great.
Do you have any questions? Well, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Kay, thank you very much for joining us. Mr. Anderson, thanks for joining us from your living room. Good to see your library is in good order and nice and tidy for us to look at.
Well, I made a special effort with that.
And thank you for your advice. Appreciate you coming along today. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay. We're going to have a little break. She should be back at 3:40. We're going to come back at 3:45, and we've got the oil companies. Are they already? Great.
They're here.
Okay. Now, I only had a first name, Phil. So I didn't have a surname, sorry.
Oh, that's right, it's Brown.
Phil Brown. Okay, nice to meet you.
Brown.
Yeah, welcome, come forward.
Oh, he's the guy, is he?
Sorry, I had Mr. Lawrenson was original. Oh. Brown, yes. Okay. So I was just reminiscing that dewatering, it seems like it's a deja vu.
Yeah, I think.
Number of district plan hearings.
Yeah, I think my colleague has been involved in it with you potentially.
Yes, yes, yeah. And some of the photos look familiar.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've read your statement. We've got the oral presentation here with us. So we're happy we're in your hands. So you're our last presentation. Now that isn't permission to take us through to 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
But happy to hear from you now, and I'm sure we'll have some questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. So just as a brief introduction, my name is Philip Brown. I'm a planning and policy consultant for Foresight. I've prepared evidence in chief, which I understand is to be taken as read, but I'd be pleased to answer any questions in relation to it. So firstly, I'd just like to draw the panel's attention to an error in paragraph 6.5 of my evidence. So in the track changes, I sought to change rule tank 22B part 4. The word then should have been replaced with the word through. So I'll revisit the drafting of that rule in paragraph 20 below. So following the receipt of submitted evidence...
Sorry, can you just give me that number again?
Yeah, sure. So that's paragraph 20 in this presentation. And then what I'm referring to is paragraph 6.5 in my evidence in chief.
6.5.
6.5, yeah. So
B was it?
yeah, so you'll see below that paragraph in my evidence, there's the drafting, my proposed amendment to that rule. And so there was just a slight wording. So instead of the word then, that should have been replaced with the word through.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
So it's B, Roman numeral 4.
that's right, yeah. So following the receipt of the submitted evidence, Hawke's Bay Regional Council produced a Section 42A addendum hearing report on the proposed Plan Change 9. So the position of the reporting planner in this Section 42A addendum actually resolved a number of the matters that were raised in my evidence. And so that's allowed me to focus today on the remaining matters where I consider further amendments are required. So my presentation today addresses two key areas. That's temporary construction dewatering, and then secondly, stormwater discharges. So I've attached in Annexure 1 of my presentation the specific relief that I seek to the relevant provisions. And just for the avoidance of doubt, any reference that I make in this presentation is to the provisions of proposed Plan Change 9 as it's now set out in Appendix 2 to the Section 42A addendum, so that's the latest version. So I've provided 10 hard copies of this presentation and an electronic version to assist the panel. I understand everyone has that. So I'd firstly like to just provide some further context to the oil company's dewatering activities as described in the oil company's submission and in my evidence. So underground petroleum storage systems are key infrastructure at the oil company's sites. The replacement of these underground tanks at existing sites is an important maintenance activity that is typically undertaken if a tank is approaching the end of its life cycle, or if it's suspected to be leaking, or if a site is generally being upgraded. The dewatering of tank pits may be required to enable the safe and appropriate installation of tanks in accordance with HASNO Code of Practice 44, which is the relevant code of practice for the design and installation of these below-ground petroleum tanks. So in particular, the dewatering enables the contractors to safely access the base of the tank pit to anchor tanks to beams to prevent the beams from actually floating out of position. So the typical tank and forecourt layouts are illustrated, and I'll get to that in a second, in figures 1 and 2, and a photo of an aging underground tank is shown in figure 3, while a photograph of a tank pit being prepared for installation is included at figure 4. So here's figure 1, which is an example of a short section of underground tanks. And so typically these are installed at depths of about 4.5 to 5.5 meters below the ground. And so you'll see there are these anchored structures at the bottom. And so these need to be secured to the base of the tank, and that's what actually often requires the interception of groundwater. So you'll see it there. So I'll move on to the next slide. So this is just a typical sort of layout of a service station where you have your vehicle refueling areas to the right, and then to the left, these tanks would obviously be underground, and then you have your remote truck refueling location up on the left, so the trucks will fill the tanks from there. So here you have, this is a photo of an aging tank, which is obviously rusted and needs to be replaced. And so tanks typically have a life cycle of 20 to 25 years. And so obviously it's quite important to enable and encourage the replacement of aging infrastructure like this. And then finally, so this is what a typical dewatering operation will look like. And so you have there, around the perimeter of the pit, you have sheet piles. And so those are the vertical sheets around the pit. And so those are really important because they prevent the lateral movement of water into the pit. And so that's what stops groundwater from travelling in. And so that's a key mechanism to limit the amount of groundwater taken. So these piles will go down about 6 meters in depth. And so the actual excavation will be, the maximum usually is about 5.5 meters. And so there's that extra bit below to ensure that groundwater is not going to be travelling in to the pit.
Is that sheet metaling required by the Code of Practice?
So that's the sheet metaling. I'm not sure if that's actually required by the Code of Practice, but this is set out in all of these companies have their own sort of procedures, and part of that is to install these sheet piles. It's a very typical undertaking.
Thank you.
Yeah. So just sort of moving on, and I've got another photo, but I'll come to that later. So while this temporary construction dewatering takes, they may, in a technical sense, be considered a form of abstraction. They're actually the result of the interception of groundwater during earthworks rather than any desire to actually take water. And further, where there's the need to take water, significant measures are taken to, as I was saying, to minimise the lateral movement of water, for instance, sheet piling. So dewatering abstractions are for tanks are also shallow, short-term. For contingency, they allow for 10 days, but that's just due to unforeseen weather circumstances. It might be up to 10 days, but the vast majority of times it will be 3 to 10 days. And so they're short-term events. While the dewatering so beyond the actual dewatering activities, then there's the treatment of dewatering water, and that's a fundamental part of these dewatering operations. But the proposed Plan Change 9 doesn't address these types of discharges, so I won't go into that here. So now I'll just talk about the latest version of the rules and just have a bit of a discussion and respond to the drafting of those. So Rule Tank 11, the Section 42A addendum, it responds to the issues raised in my evidence regarding the pathway for these temporary construction dewatering tanks. So in particular, it removes the potential prohibited pathway for these infrequent, temporary and short-term construction dewatering activities, which have a very limited potential of effects. As now proposed in the Section 42A addendum, Rule Tank 11 provides a discretionary pathway for temporary construction dewatering tanks that are not permitted by Rule Tank 8. So I support the removal of this potential cascade to prohibited activity status. I do consider that a minor amendment to B Roman numerals 2 is necessary to make clear that the exemption for these dewatering tanks is in relation to the allocation limits and ensure that this clause itself applies to, and it clearly provides a discretionary pathway for frost protection, non-consumptive and temporary construction dewatering tanks. So this could be achieved by amending the provision as follows. So I've just shown in grey there how I'd reword it, just to show that it clearly applies in relation to the limits, not the actual clause itself. So moving to Tank Policy 53. As proposed in the Section 42 addendum, this policy now provides support for temporary and non-consumptive takes in addition to frost protection. As set out in paragraph 4.8 of my evidence, temporary construction dewatering activities may not necessarily be interpreted as being non-consumptive as defined, because dewatering of water, it's often taken off-site or discharged to the reticulated networks. Therefore, the introduction in the Section 42A addendum of reference to temporary takes in Policy 53 is relevant for temporary construction dewatering takes. So on that note, I do support the principle of this change, but I consider that the reference to temporary without further qualification rather than specifically temporary construction dewatering may go further than the reporting planner intended. And it might provide policy support for a range of what could be considered to be temporary takes with potentially unintended consequences. If providing more broadly for temporary takes was intended, the rationale for the reporting planner's position is not too clear. My concerns in this regard would be resolved by referring in Policy 53 to temporary construction dewatering rather than simply temporary takes more broadly. So this amendment would ensure that there's a robust policy framework in place to support the discretionary pathway for these activities. So I'll move to Policy 45 now. So Policy 53, which I've just spoken about, that requires metering, monitoring, and reporting for frost protection and other activities if necessary. So I support this proposed wording of Clause F as it recognises that metering is not practicable in all situations. However, I don't think that what is practical in terms of metering and telemetry is reflected in Policy 45. So this policy doesn't recognise that metering and telemetry is not reasonable for temporary construction dewatering takes, which are they're pretty narrow, short-term in terms of hours and days, and insignificant in terms of the potential effects on water management. And in my experience, councils typically recognise this and are fairly pragmatic in how they condition consents that involve dewatering activities. So for instance, they'll accept that these takes can be estimated via pumping rates rather than using actual meters. So I'd consider that this should be supported by an amendment to Policy 45 as follows. And so I've shown the provision in here, and I've proposed to add on a qualification that says, or for temporary construction dewatering takes where measurements can be appropriately estimated by pumping rates to indicate that there should be an exemption provided in relation to these activities. So now I'll move on to stormwater discharges. So again, I'd just like to provide some further context as to how the oil companies typically manage stormwater runoff at their service station sites before I address some of the Section 42A addendum recommendations in relation to the same. So the Ministry for Environment, the environmental guidelines for water discharges from petroleum industry sites in New Zealand, these are also known as the MFE guidelines. They set out the best management practices for petroleum industry sites. For these sites, the key contaminant of concern is hydrocarbons. And the MFE guidelines state that the discharge waters shall contain less than 15 milligrams per litre of total petroleum hydrocarbons, or TPH, and 100 milligrams per litre of total suspended solids, that's TSS, averaged over the design storm event. The MFA guidelines also require that stormwater from what's called at-risk areas, and these are areas where essentially the hazardous substances are stored or used. These areas should be directed to oil water separators prior to discharge, and this will ensure that the maximum credible spill event is catered for and it achieves appropriate discharge quality once it releases from the site. The MFE guidelines provide for the balance areas to be discharged without passing through a separator. So I've...
Well, that diagram's pretty small.
Yeah, it's a little bit sort of distorted.
Looks
there.
a little bit like a transistor radio at the moment.
Yeah. So what you can hopefully make out is, so this is basically the typical layout of a service station. So you have on the right, the orange would be the customer centre, and then you have to the left of that the forecourt area, and so this is where obviously the refuelling of vehicles occurs, and that's in the area shaded light blue. And then upwards of this, you have the remote truck refilling station. So the key areas in which hazardous substances are stored are those shown shaded light blue. So those are essentially, they form their own catchments. So the design of the service station through the raised mounds and the contouring of these sites, it ensures that certain areas go through to the separators on site, and the other areas which are not at risk, essentially, they don't go to the separators. And so that's just to provide some context before I go into this next part. So I'll start at Rule Tank 21. So the previous drafting of this rule, which was intended to provide a potential controlled activity pathway for network discharges, it precluded discharges that contain hazardous substances, but it also precluded discharges that are from a site used for the storage, use, or transfer of hazardous substances. My evidence set out that this rule should be deleted because the exclusion of hazardous substances, even at trace levels, would effectively preclude any network discharge from actually using the controlled activity pathway. And so I consider that its retention it just unnecessarily complicated the rule cascade. The Section 42A addendum, it recommended deletion of the part that said, or from a site used for the storage, use, or transfer of hazardous substances in response to evidence from Carmen Taylor on behalf of Ravensdown Limited, who considered that these discharges should be given the opportunity to achieve compliance with this rule, but the preclusion for discharges that contain hazardous substances, that was retained in the rule. The Section 42A addendum considered that this amendment would resolve the issue with the previous drafting, whereby it would have been impossible for local authority network consents to meet, given that they, by default, drain industrial zoned land where these sites are commonplace. However, in my view, this deletion would not have the intended outcome that the reporting planner seeks, because I think the fact remains that most discharges, they'll have detectable levels of hazardous substances in some form. For example, stormwater runoff from roads often contains traces of copper from brakes or zinc from car tyres. And as a result, these discharges would remain non-compliant with this effectively zero tolerance threshold. And this would result in network consents always cascading to discretionary activity under Rule 23. In the event that they were granted consent under controlled activity consent under Rule 21, I would have expected conditions of the consent to effectively preclude or exclude discharges of hazardous substances, which I don't really consider to be realistic, given that most, if not all, discharges will contain trace levels of hazardous substances. So if Rule Tank 21 is to be retained, I consider that the preclusion for discharges that contain hazardous substances, it should be removed, and the reliance should be placed on the balance of standards which appropriately address water quality. So moving now to Rule Tank 10. For the same reason as I set out in relation to that Rule Tank 21, I also consider that the preclusion for discharges that contain hazardous substances in Clause A, Roman numerals 4 of Rule 19 should also be deleted, basically for the same reasons.
Sorry, your heading says Rule Tank 10 and your text says Rule Tank 19. Under that, paragraph 19.
I apologise, that's potentially an error. I think that should say Rule Tank 19. They say Rule Tank 19, yeah. Yeah, that's Rule Tank 19. Okay, so moving to Rule Tank 22. My evidence, it set out that it's necessary to provide a clear discretionary consenting pathway for MFE compliant stormwater discharges from petroleum industry sites where stormwater is passed through an interceptor prior to discharge. The Section 42A addendum supported my view, and it amended that rule accordingly. While I agree with the pathway put forward, I consider that an amendment to Rule Tank 22B Part 4 would be clearer if it specified that the oil interceptor is installed to serve areas where hazardous substances are actually stored and handled, which are essentially the at-risk areas which I identified previously. For further clarity, the standard could also require that the interceptor achieves compliance with the MFE guidelines in relation to TPH levels, total petroleum hydrocarbons. So to this effect, I recommend that this clause is redrafted as follows. And so I've shown here in grey how I would propose to redraft it. And basically I would add in an exemption for petroleum hydrocarbons where the water is passed through an interceptor and the discharge does not contain more than 15 milligrams per litre of total petroleum hydrocarbons prior to release.
So you've said the word, you've cut out the word oil before interceptor. Is that intended?
No, it's the word, or it's not a deliberate omission there. So the word oil can be in there.
So through an oil interceptor?
Yes, yep. So to demonstrate how some other plans similarly manage stormwater discharges from sites storing or handling hazardous substances, I've included in Annexure 2 some specific rules from the Southland, Northland and Wellington regional plans, and in there you'll see how these plans have dealt with provisions in a similar way but with slightly different wording. So it's just for the benefit of the panel. So for completeness, I note that I support the deletion of Clause E in Rule 22, which previously stated that the rule is only applicable where there is no network connection available. I also support the latest amendment to Policy 28 to include reference to relevant industry guidelines as sought in my evidence in chief. And finally, I'll be pleased to answer any questions in relation to this oral statement or address any questions the panel have from my evidence in chief.
Oh, just one question around the MFE guidelines for petroleum industry sites. It's a 1998 publication, which is getting on a bit now. Do you know if there's any plans to revise that document?
I'm not specifically aware if there's any plan to revise it. However, my understanding is that it talks about these standards which have been in place for years, and that, you know, through rigorous testing and methods, and that includes, especially in relation to the TPH and TSS limits, and they've been around for years, but I think that's just because they're so reliable in terms of there are all sorts of methods in order to see, for example, when it comes to TPH levels, the limit is it's 15 milligrams per litre, and a very sort of reliable method that's been used over the years, in addition to all of the rigorous procedures that go on these sites, is visual monitoring. And because what happens with TPH or hydrocarbons, obviously they rise to the surface, and a sheen establishes at the surface of water at levels far below 15 milligrams per litre, and so there's all these methods in place that have been dictated by the MFE guidelines that have proven very reliable over the years. But in response to your question, I'm not specifically aware
I
of.
suppose those concentration limits, they're based on, is it best practice for the treatment technology or the oil interceptor technology at the time, rather than receiving environment, or and also whether, given it is 20-something years old, whether there's the technology has moved on since then, and therefore those concentration limits are now even more achievable or than at the time.
Yeah, well, I think that could be correct. I'm not sure if the technology has, moved on. It could be the case. But I know that for instance, with interceptors, they've done rigorous testing to ensure that they've been designed to contain the maximum credible spill event, which is basically if you have 2,500 litres of oil and you put it down the drain and goes into the interceptor, the MFE guidelines require that they're designed to be managed so that once they go through the interceptor and into the environment, they're below those thresholds. And so there've been rigorous tests to demonstrate that's the case. And potentially, as you say, the quality of these interceptors have improved since this was drafted. I'm not sure if that's the case, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and is it your evidence in chief or somebody else's, Mark Lawrenson's?
Yeah, so Mark Lawrenson is my colleague. He prepared a submission for the oil companies back, I'm not sure,
Yeah,
when,
well,
a while
that's
ago.
the one that I'm reading. It's got his name on it, so.
Oh, yeah, so
I
the
would ask
evidence...
the question out of that evidence is.
Yeah, so the evidence was prepared by me, yep.
Okay,
yep.
all right. You say there that bulk storage and marine facilities are outside the catchment, so don't count, I'm assuming, from that?
Yeah, so you're talking about bulk terminal...
Well, I don't know. Well, I've just used the word bulk storage, bulk terminals. So there are none nearby?
My understanding is that there aren't any in this in the tank catchment. So in relation to the oil company's assets, it's more concerned with service stations and truck refueling facilities.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So that partly answers my question, because I was going to ask a question around, even if they aren't within the catchment, and they might just be down the road, for example, isn't there a potential still, though, for some sort of, for people to be concerned about them, I guess?
Or you're saying in relation to bulk fuel? Sort of?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't think there are... Obviously, the scope of this is confined to what's in the catchment, but I don't think there are any sort of even just outside the catchment.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, you've answered my question.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And, then you, I know you haven't addressed it today, but in your early evidence, you did make some reference to contaminated soils, and I wondered whether or not disturbance of contaminated soils, that your concern was to make sure that these were covered by Plan Change 9.
Yeah, could you direct me to...
Oh, I don't know, I've just made a note of it.
Okay.
But is it a concern?
In relation to the
Yeah.
disturbance of contaminated soils,
Yeah.
I would think that's potentially outside the scope of this plan change, which relates to water quality. But if there's a specific area where it's mentioned, I could.
Well, I'll pass you over and see if I can find it.
Yep. Okay.
I think Mr. Kirikiri's got the last of the questions for us.
There, in paragraph 3 in the introduction, you list a number of things there that you hope covered by Plan Change 9, and one of them is disturbance of contaminated soils.
That's
dot number 3. Bullet point number 3.
of the evidence in chief.
Yeah.
Or,
That's why I asked the question.
Oh, yeah.
It's under Mark Lawrenson's name.
So potentially could that be the submission you're looking at? The evidence, which I have here, that's my evidence. I don't have a paragraph 3.0 or 3.
Well, it's the submission we were given, and it's submission number 203.
Oh, okay.
Foresight? Yeah. That's what I was
And
reading initially when I went through what I thought would be your presentation today, and that was one of the things
Oh, okay.
I focused on.
No, I don't have any concerns in relation to that matter. So nothing that needs to be addressed here from my perspective. Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Mr Brown. Appreciate that.
Right. Thank you.
That concludes our submissions for the day. Tomorrow morning we're starting at 9 o'clock. We've got Ngāti Kahungunu Iwi. And a full day of submitters right through to the end of tomorrow. Was there anything we needed to be aware of? Any questions? No? Okay. Hoi anō, e mihi kawana kia koutou, kia pai tō haere. I think it stopped raining, so hope you get a dry trip home. We'll see you in the morning, 9 o'clock. Thank you. Oh, what's the security like in here?